What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will start to preview Texas Fall Camp, which is now just 8 days away. Plus, we've got some sound from Steve Sarkeesian, who spoke at the Texas High School Coaches Association event yesterday. We also have day one of Dallas Cowboys training camp in the books, which means, Jerry Jones audio for the people. We've got Jerry. We got Steven, we've got Shotty, and everything that they had to say from Oxnard, California yesterday. We've got Big Ten Media Days getting going in Vegas, baby. Later today, we will break down the Big Ten preseason poll, talk about some of the biggest storylines from the second biggest conference in college football. We got to get Buck's thoughts on the viral Coldplay concert vid. Has he seen it? Has he not? We'll get into all of that. Plenty to dive into in the world of sports and beyond on a Tuesday show. We appreciate y'all starting your morning off with us. How are you today, my man?
I am fantastic. It's a fantastic Tuesday. Looking forward, thanking God that I'm still alive. So it's wonderful. It's a beautiful morning too. Sun is shining. I'm not going to say there's not a cloud in the sky, because by the time the afternoon rolls around, there'll be one in the sky, and it'll rain somewhere in Central Texas. We know that. That's our new forecast now. Somewhere in Central Texas, around us somewhere, somebody's going to get a downpour, and I'm not going to get it, and that's fine. I don't need it right now. I know there's still places that could use it. I don't need it.
Okay. That's your call. You don't even call for rain anymore. Now you just say every day it's going to rain to protect your bases.
Yeah, I'm going to protect my bases. Yes. It's seeming like that every day. Somebody tells me, we had a shower today. I'm like, what? Yeah, it gets cloudy in here. Even, it looks like it's going to drizzle, but I have not had any in a couple of days, and that's fine. I still have plenty hanging around.
Yeah, I think all of us do at this point.
I know. We're just kind of trying to dry out. It's going to be warm today. I mean, it's low 90s, playing golf. So once again, don't play if it's 95 or above, 62 or below. That's the deal. So
what's the forecast today?
91, 92, 93, maybe. It doesn't. I'm fine.
Okay. Pushing it,
play,
but
I say 95 and above, but I can play if it's on 95. But if it goes 96, 97, that's just a sorry Tuesday, can't do it. There's no reason to do it.
We haven't had a lot of triple-digit days this year, so you've been able to play a lot of golf. That's good.
I know. It's you're right. My handy life alert here on my deal, it takes all my steps and everything, and I've been averaging about 3 miles a day in steps, just
walking around.
What's it telling
you to do right now? I saw a notification just pop up. What does it want you to be doing?
Don't miss 45% off of some kind of heart upgrade. 45% off of something that I need to call Amazon for, and they're having a sale.
Heart upgrade? Amazon's doing heart transplants now?
They're doing everything for future needs. Just highlight. You don't miss 45% off your bone and heart upgrade. They do. I can get stuff like this from them. I get all kinds of stuff on this thing, and I use this now, BK, a lot for my phone, because I can call out on it, I can call in on it, and it sounds great. Some of these aren't that great. The earlier ones, it's hard to hear from them. This one is really clear. Like I said, you don't have to stick it up to your face. You can just put it down and talk.
That's great. I love hearing that. That's what I told you when you got it, right? Like, if you fully buy into all of the features of the Apple Watch, you're really going to enjoy it. If you just treat it like, it's just a watch, I hate having this thing, it's a life alert, I don't want it, then you're going to hate it. But it seems like you're buying in. That's great.
Well, I play with a watch on. I like having a watch on, so it's fine. And plus, it gives me all these things about when to stand, and you're at 98% of your goal. You can finish it out, and it gives you all these like gives you a pat on the back for doing stuff. Like you did it again. You've done 2 straight. I mean, it says stuff like you've gone 3 straight days of achieving your goals. It lets you know that that you're doing okay. So I don't mind. And today I got it tuned into where I'm playing golf. I had a Lost Pine, so it'll tell me the distance to the holes and everything. Once I hit golf shop on here and get it all wired in.
There you go. You're set.
I'm learning some stuff with it. I don't do as much as I could do with it. I've not slept with it on because I can't sleep with a watch on. I can only sleep with my wedding ring on. I can't sleep with a regular ring on. Everything else has to be naked, including my wrist when I go to sleep.
The watch does a little bit more than your BlackBerry does, huh?
I don't know about that, but my BlackBerry doesn't communicate to me that well. It's just there's a lot of things on that BlackBerry that never got used, I believe. There's some hidden gems on the BlackBerry that people won't investigate and don't really care to investigate.
Oh,
But
man.
but it's nice, man. I'm glad I have this. And like I said, it will take your blood pressure and everything else that you want. I'm going to try to sleep with it on one night and see how much sleep I really do get. Because I'll average, and lately I've been good. I've been only getting up once a night to go to the bathroom. I mean, and there's been occasions, when I had that hyperparathyroid in my neck that I was getting up like 3 times. And now it's just, I've got it that I don't know if I'm sleeping because if the dog barks, I hear the dog. I'm a light sleeper, so I hear everything around me, which is good.
Well, you can test it with the watch one night, and if things aren't going well, you can reach out to our friends at Sleep Cycle Center, and they'll get you in there for a test and see what they can do to help you sleep a little bit better,
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to go look and see about this. I had that deal in my right hand. With the left hand, and it's not as bad anymore. I just got a silly little trigger thumb that I got to get rid of. That thing is starting to get sore. I mean, getting old.
Mad that your buddies on the course, you're starting to shoot at them.
Yeah, well, I had it on my finger, and I went and got a shot in it, and the guy said sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and it's worked. It's never come back. But all of a sudden, on the hand that I had surgery, carpal tunnel surgery, I had the thumb keeps locking and clicking, and that thing starts to get sore after a while because you're always popping it and messing around with it. And, at night I'm getting it so it stays open so I don't close it and then have it pop somewhere in the middle of the night and wake me up. I mean, just those things can wake me up. Like I said, I hear, when it's windy outside, I hear all that stuff. That's from staying at bad motels, that I hear everything at night. You never get a good night's sleep. You're always wondering who's shaking the doorknob or what's going on. And I'll get over that. As I get older, I'll get over that stuff because I am getting older.
Mike G with the early front runner for comment of the day. I take a crap every morning at 6. Unfortunately, I don't get out of bed until 7.
Boy, what a nice life. 7 o'clock. I wish I could sleep.
That's what you take from that, not the fact that the guy shits his bed every morning an hour before he gets out of bed.
Oh, he just leaves it right there?
Yeah, I think that's the joke right there. He takes a crap at 6 and doesn't get out of bed until 7. So he drops a deuce in his own sheets.
Nasty. Come on, Mike G. That's nasty, man. Absolutely.
Good bit right there, Mike.
That's a bad bit. That is an awfully bad bit. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do to your families. We appreciate what you do for us. We appreciate your families sharing you with all of us also. And do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, a lot to dive into on a Tuesday show. Do you want to start with the Longhorns or do you want to start with the Cowboys?
Let's start with the Cowboys today. Let's start with some Jerry. Come on, man. That'll put a smile on my face.
This conversation. Will Jerry Jones sound?
I want Jerry. I need to hear from Jerry. This is the year. We're all in. That's not the theme of the year. We're all in.
I think if you're a Cowboy. No, I didn't hear any all-ins yesterday from Jerry Jones or anybody up there. And I think if you're a Cowboys hater or just not a Cowboys fan, you love hearing from Jerry Jones. I think if you are a Cowboys fan, you cringe every time that guy opens his mouth. And, of course, Day one of Cowboys training camp went down yesterday in Oxnard, California. They had the long pre-camp press conference where Jerry and Steven and now Brian Schottenheimer were up on stage fielding questions from a group of assembled press. The guys were up there for nearly an hour answering a bunch of different things. But the biggest theme of yesterday's presser was Micah Parsons and the lack of contract extension for Micah Parsons. Of course, we've seen a number of high-profile edge rushers ink long-term deals with their respective teams, and here we are towards the end of July, and Micah Parsons still does not have a long-term deal done. He's entering the final year of his rookie contract, and he did show up. I'll credit Micah Parsons. He showed up to OTAs. He showed up to minicamp. Now, he didn't do a whole lot at either of those events, but he was there, and he did show up at training camp. So we'll see what Micah Parsons is actually willing to do, but he's not doing a hold out right now. Now, a hold in is potentially in the cards at some point, but we do have some sound from Jerry Jones on Micah Parsons. We will start with this one. Any frustration that you haven't gotten a Micah deal done just
Not
yet?
at all. Not at all. We do, and I don't mean this, I have things undone, dangling participles. I bet I have 20 of them every day in some pretty serious areas. You can't have it all done at the same time. It doesn't work that way. And so this is just a part of it. We've got, again, I want to mention that we're here with everybody under contract. 2 years ago, we were here, and I think Zach Martin wasn't here. You had a situation, although we had a contract, so you worked through that. I was looking at this documentary, and it spent some time going back in the Emmitt Smith negotiation and what was going on there. There's nothing new about what we're talking about here today relative to contracts. That's been going on a long time. Now, if you say, well, if you don't get him in, are you going to lose the first two games and then go on to win the Super Bowl? Well, we'll take that.
Dude, that dude is just, you're right. You don't even have to be a Cowboys hater to want to hear some of the stuff that he says. You're talking about Emmitt Smith's contract. I mean, that was years and years and years ago, Jerry. Come on. Things change. And but one thing you're right, BK, he hasn't changed. And the fact that they want to be heard from all during this preseason now and camp is right. It's not going to change. I kept saying they're going to get it done by July. No, as long as they can be in the news, he wants it to go as long as he can get it out there. He's going to pay the guy, but you're right. It's just going to be talked about every day. They want it talked about every day. I mean, that's just the way they do. That's the way he does business. In his one world, he makes so much money. In his other world, he loses so much money because he wants to procrastinate, and he does it on purpose. This is like on purpose. You're right. He does this on purpose so that they can be heard about. You're right.
Well, I mean, I think you said it best. Like, Jerry Jones is going to pay Micah Parsons because that's what he does. But Jerry Jones has also cost the Dallas Cowboys millions and millions of dollars,
right?
Because he's waited this long to pay Micah Parsons, right? I mean, if he got a long-term deal done last offseason, it would have been for, anywhere from $20 to $40 million less than what it's going to cost right now.
Everybody would have been chasing that salary.
Right. So I get it. It's a salary cap. It's not like Jerry Jones is spending this extra money out of his own pocket, but obviously the less money you spend on Micah Parsons, the more money you have to spend to address other holes on your roster that can, help you get closer to your first Super Bowl in 3 decades. But Jerry Jones would rather do it his way, and his way involves people talking about him more than anybody else and dragging this
so he
thing
can come to the microphone. So he can come to the microphone all summer long. That's to him. That's worth millions. I mean, we're not talking about just a couple, we're not talking about $3-4 million. We're talking about 15, 20, $25 million. That's worth it to him to hear himself talk. He would rather that.
And I would think most GMs don't want to answer questions about stuff like this, right? Like, that's probably a big reason why a lot of GMs across all sports try to get deals done early, so they don't have to answer countless questions.
So they can pay attention to the team.
Right. Like, I don't want to keep talking about this player and his contract situation. Like, let's just get this done so we can focus on other things. But Jerry likes it. He enjoys fielding an hour's worth of questions about one player's contract. Like, it's just the psycho, egotistical, narcissistic maniac that is Jerry
that's so
Jones.
narcissistic. He's talking about dangling participles and
What does that even mean?
My nuns used to talk about that kind of stuff in like grade school. And this guy is now talking about dangling. I'm dangling stuff, in I have hundreds of things I dangle around. Dangle this. I mean, really.
Is that like
he does? He's like,
he
just will spend money just to hear himself talk. And then I bet he goes home and replays it over and over, listening to he gets a tape of what his press conferences are, and he goes, and that's how he goes to sleep at night. He's just got this thing playing by the bed. How did I sound? I bet you I sounded really smart. No, I did, but that's okay. Here's another $10 million I'm going to lose tomorrow. I mean,
you might be right. You honestly might be right about that. There was that old, I think it was Aziz Ansari, the comedian, who said one time he walked into Kanye West's house, like they were meeting up for dinner or to hang out or something, and he went to Kanye's place. And when he walked in, Kanye was sitting on the couch listening to his own music, like bobbing his head. And this was like before we realized how weird Kanye was. This was like 15 years ago. And it's like, well, no, now that we know about Kanye, we realize like how much of an ego he has. Then, that makes sense that guy was literally just listening to himself, bobbing his head along. That could be Jerry Jones. He could be going home from these press conferences and then hitting play and just listening to everything again. And like, yeah, I did a good job today. I answered that question great. You might be right.
Yeah, I knew, like you said, Kanye, I knew he was going to be weird because my son spent a weekend with him in Chicago when AJ got out of college. Kanye West met him somewhere and invited him to come to Chicago and hang out with him, and was going to pay for him to go to graduate school and to be a part of his whole Kanye kingdom or whatever it was. And my son said he spent a weekend with him, and it was just he and Kanye and a couple, manservants or whatever it was at his place. And he said the entire time, everything was about him, about him and what he was going to do and how he's going to do this. And my son said he left that place and he said, never called him back, never even called him back to say anything. He said it was the most miserable weekend to spend around an individual that I bet you that's what it's like to be with Jerry. Just, oh my God.
Wow. Yeah, that's a crazy story. So your son, he had the chance to maybe work with Kanye West early in his career and was like,
to work with him, to be a part of that whole empire, And he said, Dad, it was just one weekend, and it was me, and mostly me and Kanye. And he said it was horrible. It was a horrible, horrible, horrible. He didn't, Kanye didn't talk about his family, how he grew up or anything. He didn't have, it was just about Kanye. And he said, I just couldn't do it. He said, I could have been a part in making all kinds of, I said, you may be able to, I said, well, you weren't going to change. He said, I wasn't going to change him. I wasn't going to change what he thought about himself and his attitude about anything. He said, it was just, you could tell right away that it wasn't going to work for AJ, but it also, that guy, he wasn't going to change him. It wasn't one of those missions where you say, you know what, maybe I can make something happen in this guy's life and turn him around. He said he's incredibly talented. He said, but that guy has so much me in him. It's impossible to try to get out of.
Yeah, that's wild. I think I'd rather have a drink with Jerry Jones than Kanye West.
Probably.
But yeah, both guys obviously love them. And for Jerry, I think for Jerry, like, he's not this egotistical in his other business. This is how he runs the Dallas Cowboys. It's his way or the highway. And he almost treats this like a fantasy team. It's just like a fun side thing that he does, because he makes so much money in other things. A lot of these owners like rely on their sports teams to make their money. That's like their biggest investment. And that's what they do to keep growing. Jerry Jones has a billion other things going on in this life.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got the dangling participles.
He's got dingleberries coming out of his ass or whatever.
Yeah. That's what he does. But he wants everybody talking about me in the world of sports. He wants the attention solely on him. And listen to me. I can do this. I can take that option and run right to the sideline and pitch it into the bench. And my guy's supposed to make a play. Even if he's out of bounds, he should make a play because I pitched it just at the right time. He is just,
Well, we got more from Jerry. We've only played one bit of sound so far. We've got a few more cuts from
what?
Jerry Jones yesterday in Oxnard. This is a follow-up to the Micah Parsons contract negotiations. Remember, a few months ago, Jerry Jones told everybody that he did not know who Micah Parsons' agent was. And, well, Micah Parsons' agent is David Mulugheta, a Texas ex, one of the most powerful agents in the NFL. And Jerry Jones, on the record, said he had no clue who was representing Micah Parsons. Well, now I think Jerry Jones knows who David Mulugheta is, but he was asked yesterday if he's had any conversations with David Mulugheta. Here's what Jerry had to say to that.
I've talked with people that have talked to him. Let's put it like that. I don't necessarily talk to these agents, or I don't necessarily talk to attorneys, and I do stuff everywhere, and I don't necessarily talk to the people that are hired to do certain things. I talk to the principals 90% of the time.
Yeah, and I believe that. I believe he's talked to Micah Parsons. Well, he's right there with him. Of course you're going to talk to him. Not going to walk past him on the sideline and pretend you don't see him. You see him at camp. You're at the camps. Yeah, I talk to the principals. Of course you talk to those guys because you're going to pay those guys. So it doesn't matter. That's how you are. You're going to pay that dude. It's going to take time, but he's going to get his money and get more money than anybody because now you're losing money by the day. Yeah, you don't care to talk to their representatives. You want to act like you've made the deal with the player. And the player still, that agent's still going to get a big percentage there, Jerry. So you may think you're talking to Micah Parsons, but you're actually talking to Mulugheta. I mean, he knows the deal. But
yeah,
and that's
and
fine.
right.
And that's fine. I think that's fine that he wants us to think that he makes all these deals strictly with the player,
Well, Micah Parsons has come out multiple times in interviews, on his podcast, on social media, and said any deal that gets done through my agent. So, yeah. I mean, you can talk to me all of you want. That's great. But if you want an actual deal to get done here, then you've got to go through Mulugheta.
Right.
So Jerry Jones, it doesn't do him any good in this situation to only be talking to Micah Parsons. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's just Jerry saying things because he's Jerry and he knew that was going to ruffle some feathers and get in the news. But that's, if you think this thing is close, literally yesterday, Jerry Jones is like, yeah, I'm not really talking to the agent. That tells me that we're not very close here.
No, we got long training camp to go. Like you said, it goes maybe right up to the opening week of the season. That's just what he does because he keeps himself in the limelight. That's what he wants. He wants us talking about him on Tuesdays.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right after that bit of sound, Stephen Jones stepped in because all three of those guys are up there together on the stage and they all have their own mics so they can kind of jump in whenever they want. Stephen Jones said, Jerry doesn't speak to agents. I do. Which I think Stephen is thinking, oh, that's a great flex. I want to show my power. I want to show how much I do here for the Dallas Cowboys. To me, it's
you go to your father and tell him what the agent says. That's what you do.
That's the real truth.
You don't make any decisions on that. You don't tell your dad, I'm going to get this deal done today. Your dad tells you when it's going to get done. Don't you undercut me ever.
Well, hey, you're defending Stephen Jones there because to me, when I heard him say that, I'm like, is this dude trying to admit that he is the reason the Cowboys front office is so shitty? If I'm Stephen Jones, I am blaming everything on my dad. You're not happy with the way this negotiation is going. You're not happy with the way the last 30 years have gone. He's the guy. He's the owner. He's the GM. He calls all of the shots. I just kind of do what he says because he's my dad and I want to run the team when he dies. To openly go out and be like, no, I'm the guy who negotiates with the agents. And it's like, well, should we be blaming all of this on you then?
No, it's all Jerry. You know that. It's still Jerry. He's just trying to be a big shot. Hey, you're just trying to be a big shot.
You're right. And to me, that's a weird thing to try to be a big shot about. It's no, take credit for the good stuff. Don't take credit for all of these contract negotiations going so horrifically wrong that you're costing your team tens of millions of dollars every single year. Pin that on your dad, dude.
No, he wants to be the big shot, so he's letting us know that I talk to the agents. You talk to the agents, but your dad makes the deals. Your dad signs the check, and he says to you, If you go in there and tell Jerry, hey, Pops, guess what? I'm ready to get this done tomorrow. Guess what your dad's going to say? Oh, no, we're not. We still got 3 weeks of training camp. What are you, crazy? Back up there, will you? I need to have some fun, kid.
We need Sports Center and Get Up and First Take and all of those shows talking about us and their A blocks. So don't do anything.
Anybody ask like that about Dak Prescott, and if Dak Prescott had to run around right now and move and extend a play, is he able to do all those things? Did anybody ask him about his health?
Nobody asked Jerry Jones about Dak Prescott, but Jerry Jones did talk about Dak Prescott yesterday. This was maybe the most viral quote. I saw J.J. Watt respond to this, and also Micah Parsons himself retweeted this yesterday, so he clearly caught wind. Somebody asked Brian Schottenheimer about Micah Parsons and like practicing and, what does it mean if he's there? What does it mean if he's not doing stuff? And Schotty just kind of gave a pretty cookie cutter answer. Like, we're happy that he's here and, we'll work him in, whatever he wants to do. We'll figure it out. Right after Schotty finished up his response, Jerry Jones stepped in and he took a shot at Micah Parsons and he took a shot at Dak Prescott. And this had the internet ablaze yesterday.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
So that was Jerry Jones out of the blue. And J.J. Watt tweeted, anytime you can publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher simultaneously right before the season begins, you just got to do it, ... Nothing makes guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you. And Micah Parsons retweeted that. So, first of all, Micah Parsons only missed 4 games last year, not 6. So Jerry Jones is just making stuff up to make Micah Parsons sound worse or more injury prone than he is. And I'm sure Micah Parsons doesn't love hearing that. And then he takes a shot at Dak Prescott as well. Like, well, Dak got hurt after we paid him, so maybe we don't need to pay these guys. And I don't know why you're publicly throwing shade at maybe your 2 most important players on your football team when you just don't have to.
Are you trying to pay them and then get them at practice where they can get hurt before they even start? Just say something like they're healing up, they're ready to. I mean, it's so simple. It's not even that hard. It's not even that hard to pump up the players that you're paying a lot of money to, that when the games come, if they're healthy, they're going to play in them. Why get them on a downer like shit? You know what I'm saying? Why would you do that? Because he's Jerry.
I don't know. I feel like most GMs try to hype up their players, and especially when they're in the middle of negotiating a contract that's like, no, we love this guy. Like, you're saying everything positively about him to see if it can help you at the table. Look, ultimately, Jerry Jones can publicly come out and dunk on Micah Parsons every day from now until the start of the season. If Jerry gives Micah Parsons the money that he's looking for, then the deal's going to get signed and it's all going to be water under the bridge. So that's really what matters here. It's so much of a dog and pony show, and I understand that literally all that matters here is the contract looking the way Micah wants it to look, but it's just weird, man. Like, it's not something good owners and good general managers do. They don't publicly crap on their star players in the middle of trying to figure out a long-term deal. It's one of the reasons why the Cowboys are so poorly run and why they're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, I would think you'd be wishing your players well. Let's go. We can't wait till they're back and get out there. We'll get this contract signed. I never hear him ever say, we're going to get this signed and we're going to be ready to go. We're going to get him in camp. It's never that. It's always last minute. Oh, it's the week of the game. Oh, we got 24 hours before kickoff. Let's get this signed in some dark alley somewhere. You know what I mean? Or on the bus. We'll run up on the bus with Mullen-Getta and Micah Parsons and we'll sign it there. We'll take a bunch of pictures on our big luxury bus. Something weird. Do something weird to get it done. Instead of like normal people come to the office, let's sit down and get this over with, a month before the season starts. But you're right. He needs every waking second of the press so that he can be in it.
Yeah, the CD Lamb deal got done on August 26th of last year. And remember, the Dak Prescott deal got done in September, just 2 days before the Dallas Cowboys season opener a couple of years ago. So we still have a ways to go until we get to August or September. And that means we might have a ways to go before any resolution.
Is that it? I mean, is that the only guy that's unsigned besides maybe some other guys for a couple bucks here and there?
Well, I mean, they could negotiate a long-term deal with Tyler Smith, the former first-round offensive lineman who's got a couple years left on his contract. Like, this is the first year he's eligible for a long-term deal. So, again, a lot of teams, like, if they believe in the player, they will get the deal done as soon as possible to save themselves some money. I don't expect a Tyler Smith contract to get done.
Oh, no, he's the next guy on the block so they can have some fun with.
There's one every year, right? And it's CD, it's Dak, then it's CD, then it's Micah, then it's going to be Tyler Smith. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's just what they do. Meanwhile, every other team is getting out in front of these things.
Well, they're practicing and getting ready for a camp. That's what they're doing.
Right. One more from Jerry Jones. This may have been my favorite thing that he said yesterday. He got asked a question about the Cowboys now having the longest NFC championship game drought in the sport, right? Because the Commanders got to the conference title game last year. The Cowboys now own the infamous title of longest NFC championship game drought. Jerry Jones was asked about that, and he was asked if it's embarrassing. And he literally gave an answer that lasted 7 minutes and 15 seconds. We're obviously not going to play the entire thing because, we're trying to wake you up here on a Tuesday, and that put everybody back to sleep. But he just went on one of his infamous rants and rambles when asked about that. Here's the first minute or so, Jerry responding if it's embarrassing that it's been so long for the Cowboys to make it to an NFL Final Four.
Spent a lot of those 29 years looking up, not looking back. I really have. And this thing has had some great peaks since 1989. But like football, they're few and far between. And so, yes, there have been some rough bumps along the way and some disappointments. Last year was one of them. I have always, though, known that you can't live off of last year or the year before. You've got to go do something and make some changes. Something's got to happen differently. If I sat around and dwelled on the past, and especially the negatives of the past, then I couldn't even get out the front door. And so I don't think about it. I do not think about it. I work on, in my case, I work on what I can do different in that mirror, how I can change some things that I think will help things. I don't apologize at all for the fact that I've got the passion to be in the spot I'm in, or I have the background, or I have the qualifications. I don't apologize about that at all to my mirror.
Dude, that is a me guy. That guy is so about himself. It's incredible. Me. Few and far between. Jerry, there's some teams that aren't having few and far betweens. There's teams like Kansas City, Philadelphia Eagles in your own division. Those guys aren't having few and way far between. That's what he needs to say. It's like, oh, we're in it like every other year. What are you talking about? He acts like it's just a couple years here or there,
He's just such a hypocrite too, because literally in that same press conference, we already played the sound. He brought up an Emmitt Smith contract. I mean, he always brings up the past. And anytime people question if he should still be the GM or if he's doing a good job, he always talks about the past and all the success that he's had.
That's a lot of part. There's a lot of.
Well, I don't dwell on the past when I'm talking to my mirror. Those aren't the conversations that I'm having. If I spent all my time dwelling on the past, I wouldn't even be able to get out the front door. And it's like, dude, all you do is talk about the past. That's all you do, always. So don't sit here and piss on us and tell us that it's raining and say you don't dwell on the past when any chance you get the opportunity to talk about the 90s, you talk about the 90s.
That's all he has.
All he has.
I wish he would just understand that's what you have, Jerry. That's the only thing you can talk about. There's nothing in the present that few and far between, because there's a lot of far in between that now. It's getting
you weren't asked about what you've done since, you notice how he did that in that answer? Well, since 1989, there's been a lot of peaks. You weren't asked about when you bought the team. You were asked about in the last 29 years since your team has been to a conference championship game. So don't take it all the way back even further and say you don't talk about the past when you were asked about, no, what's happened since the glory days of the first few years of your ownership. What are we doing, dude?
Is this what I got to look forward to? I know I'm getting near at 70 and I'll start forgetting things and I'll start to sound, some would say, Buck, you've been sounding senile since, 24 years ago, but is this what you look for? I mean, is that what you started to sound like, or has this guy always sounded this way to you? I mean, has he always, in your mind, since you've listened to conversations with Jerry Jones about the Dallas Cowboys, I mean, is it, you're a young guy, so it's been the same for you because nothing has changed, but I mean, is this the way he always was? I mean, for those people that are Dallas Cowboys fans from way back, was he always like this?
Yeah, I mean, in my lifetime and in my sports memory.
31 years, yeah, for you. But
yeah, I mean, he's a little older and slower to get to his points, but he's always had this type of ego, and he's always made it about him, and it's always been his way or the highway. I mean, look, that's his way or the highway has happened since he told Jimmy Johnson to kick the curb,
Yeah.
So that part of it is not new. Yeah, it takes him a little longer to get through a story. I think that generally happens with old people. It takes you a while to get to your point. But in terms of like the way he has gone about running this team, for as long as I can remember in my Cowboys fandom, that hasn't changed.
Man.
Yeah, but the good news is he's making a lot of money. So that's good. Again, I can't sit here and say he's not a bad owner, but obviously when you're a business owner, your number one goal is to make as much money as you can. So from that standpoint, Jerry Jones is doing a tremendous job. Or he is a bad owner, you'd be making more money if your team was really good. And you feel like if you're a good owner, you're doing whatever you can to see your business completely succeed in as many different areas as you can. And Jerry Jones' worst move as an owner is one that he does every day, where he employs himself as the general manager. I think he would just hire a real GM, then all of the conversation and narrative surrounding Jerry would be completely different, and the Cowboys would be a completely different football team. But he won't do it.
Yeah, I've followed the Cowboys. I really never followed Jerry until I got into the radio business. But ever since then, now it's close to 30 years. It's just been the same thing. It's like, dude, change up something. Do something different. I mean, businesses do things different, like some do every 6 months. This guy, I mean, it's going on years and years, and it's the same old line, and it's the same old narcissistic. It's like your deal is not getting any better. When you want to be the focal point and not your football team, that's kind of hard,
I don't know if he chooses to be blind to this or if he just really is blind to this. But he is the one constant. He's changed a lot. Been different head coaches, different players, different everything. And so in Jerry's mind, he's like, well, I have changed and nothing's working. But the one thing that hasn't changed, the one constant throughout these 3 decades of suck has been Jerry. I don't know if he realizes that or if he doesn't, or if he just chooses not to pay attention to it because he really wants it to be his way that he's not going to change regardless. I don't know. But everybody,
so many people on the text line are saying it's his way. It's his way, period.
Look at like ownership matters. Look at the Commanders. Like I said it for years. I never worried about Washington, Redskins, football team, Commanders, whatever the hell they were called, while Dan Snyder was the owner, because he was going to find a way to screw it up. Dan Snyder sells the team. Literally the first year under new ownership, the Commanders get to the NFC Championship game. They have their best year in decades. Like, you hire the right people, you put the right people in place, you can turn things around pretty quickly in this sport. The NFL is set up for that. They want parity. They want new teams in the mix every year. And the Commanders literally just proved that. A team in your own division proved that. And
God, why doesn't he just go? Why does he just set it on cruise control, let somebody do it, and he can take all the glory and all the glory hole. You know what I mean?
I know. Well, it's not always smiles and glory holes, Buck. Don't forget about that.
Jeez.
Don't forget about that.
There's a very low percentage of this. that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
Don't forget, it's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes, even lower when Jerry is calling the shots.
Dude, that guy's got to come up with another plan. And his son, I think his son is that guy's going to sign so many contracts. When Jerry's gone, Stephen Jones is going to be signing contracts by the day, new contract. Here's a contract for you and you and you. Let's get it over with. No, he didn't do it, but I'm going to do it. Here's one for you. Here's one for you.
I would love that, but I'm worried the apple didn't fall too far enough away from the tree.
Oh, he's got to be smart. He's got to
be more of the same. Like Steven has been very involved in these decisions for the last decade plus.
Yeah, but he's not speaking of pulling the trigger, he's not the trigger man. He's still always going to be putting the bullets in the chamber, but he's never going to be able to be the guy to pull the trigger.
I know.
Until his dad is gone. When his dad is gone, that guy is going to be submachine gunning it all over the place. Here's a contract for you, but here's one for you. He's not going to be like that. He's not going to want to be in the news like his dad. He's going to want to be as far away from it as he can, I bet.
I don't know, man. I guess I hope you're right. Now, I don't want him shooting down the players in contract negotiations, but getting some deals done.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get deals done. He's going to be I believe he's going to be opposite the old man just because he's got to learn. I mean, you can't sit around this horse shit and not learn anything about how bad it is. I mean, you would be totally stupid not to see that within your own organization.
Have you heard the guy talk? Have you heard Steven talk?
But he can't do anything about it. Once again, he's the guy putting bullets in the chamber, but he doesn't get to shoot the gun. He gets to hand it over to the dad. Here, let me load this up, old man. You just keep shooting away, but I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not until you're gone. I'm not going to be able to be the trigger man. I think he'll be different.
I hope you're right, but nothing that he's shown has led me to believe that is the case.
If so, then he's the ultimate dope. And I can't believe he's that he can't be that dumb.
Oh, he is.
Oh my goodness.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. Plenty of Cowboys. We'll get into some shoddy audio, maybe an hour or two. Maybe we'll save it for tomorrow. But the head coach did speak. I think it took like 10 minutes for the head coach to say a word at this press conference yesterday. He's living in the shadow of Jera and Steven. So that's the job he signed up for. And hey, this is the best opportunity Shoddy has ever had as a coach. So he's happy to deal with it, I'm sure. We'll dive into some Texas football, though. We've got some Sark sound to get into. We will also jump into our fall camp preview series. We're going to take a look at a different position room every day leading up to the start of fall camp. But before we dive into the Longhorn conversation, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, with my messed up back, getting the right support has always been super difficult, but it hadn't been difficult in a long, long time since I found the folks over at Relax the Back. Nothing gave me comfort that my back needed until I talked to the folks over there and went by their store once. And I have been in comfort ever since, almost 25 years right now. I've headed over to Relax the Back, and I found a comfortable chair and the accessories that I need to really make my back feel great. And it's all about my back because I had thoracic back surgery, reconstructive surgery on my mid back. And folks, I couldn't just sit in any chair. I couldn't just lie on any mattress. But the folks that Relax the Back, I tried different chairs, different office chairs, different types of desks, stand-up desks, sit-down desks, the whole works. But at Relax the Back, I have found a chair that suited me perfect for the last 20-some years. This chair is marvelous. And if you got shoulder, back, lumbar area pain, hip pain, please go over to the Relax the Back store and find a chair and accessory that's going to work just for you or somebody that you care about. They got 2 locations, one at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. They've got a lot of new accessories over there for you to try. I mean, if you're a golfer and you're wondering about your golf game, hey, they've got the vibrating ball that I had under my thigh last night, BK, the vibrator. I used that vibrating ball yesterday, feeling good. But nothing's better than the chair. It's just a matter of just sitting upright and having the support that you need. This chair is magnificent. I know you couldn't wait till you got back home and got out of those daggum hotel chairs or motel chairs into the Relax the Back chair. It is great.
There you go. I like that. Yep. You don't sleep with your watch on, but you don't go to sleep without your vibrator with you. I like that.
There you go.
That's good. All right. Shout out to AV Consultations as well. We are 9 days away from Texas and Ohio State, which means you have just a little more than a month to get your home TV setup done by the start of Texas football season. Oh, yeah. Football's right around the corner. We've got a preseason game at the end of July, and then in August, things really ramp up. It will be here before you know it. There's no better time than right now to call our buddy Tom McKay and his great crew at AV Consultations. Let them bring everything to you, from TVs to projectors to surround sound speakers to whole home lighting and surveillance cameras. They can do it all. The Bucks got the 85-inch TV set up. I've got the 4-TV man cave set up. If you want something like that, maybe the home theater room with a giant projection screen. We're talking 150-inch projection screen. Size matters when it comes to TV. Make sure you have your TV setup done by the start of football season. 512-255-8678. That's the number to call. 512-255-8678. Find them online at avconsultations.com.
And folks, you make sure that air conditioning is working properly. If that temperature starts to rise later on this weekend to the weekend, you want to make sure that it's working properly. And Woods Comfort Systems has been doing it close to 70 years in Central Texas. They can come by, their technicians will come by and make sure that the temperature is exactly where you want it to be. It won't be any lower, it won't be any higher. Wherever you put it, that's where it'll stay with the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. They do air conditioning, plumbing, and heating. And make sure you get ready also for the winter months. It doesn't seem like it's right here, but it's going to be here very soon. And you want to make sure that all those filters are cleaned up. And if you don't want to do them yourself, have the folks at Woods Comfort Systems come by, get the filters and the system all ready for winter just for you. But it's all about the air conditioning right now. So call on them. As I said, they've been doing it for close to 70 years, and nobody does it better.
No, they do not. WoodsComfortSystems.com is how to find them online. 512-842-5066 is how to get a hold of them. And a quick word to our friends at CentexTickets.com. Speaking of football season, it's right around the corner. If you want to be at any Longhorn game in 2025, home or away, head over to CentexTickets.com. They've got tickets to every game online right now. Plus, if the Horns are back in Atlanta for the SEC title game, the Horns are back in the college football playoff this year, guess what? They'll have tickets for you at CentexTickets.com. And it's not just Longhorn tickets. Any football team that you support, you could find tickets to those games on their website, CentexTickets.com. Just log on from your phone or computer, and don't forget to use our promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of your purchase just like that at CentexTickets.com.
Sweet.
All right, Buck, we are 8 days away from Texas Fall Camp. It gets going on July 30th. Obviously, we don't do shows on the weekend, so we have 6 shows leading up to the start of Texas Fall Camp. And I want to do sort of a position-by-position preview, talking about what the rooms look like and the biggest storylines for each position going into the start of camp. Feels like it makes sense to start with the quarterback, no?
Yeah, it does.
Most important position. Obviously, the most important player on the team plays that position. So we'll dive into some of the big storylines surrounding the Longhorn quarterback room right now. Quick overview of the room itself. Your 3 recruits on scholarship that you brought in, Arch Manning, Trey Owens, and KJ Lacey. Of course, Texas went out and acquired Matthew Caldwell from the transfer portal earlier this offseason. And then you've got the walk-ons, Joe Tatum and Luke Dunham. Shout out to those guys, but we're not going to spend too much time talking about the 2 walk-ons here. Starting with Arch, Buck. It's been a busy offseason for Arch, the Manning Passing Academy. He went viral for going to Ryan Wingo's camp in St. Louis. Of course, he was in Atlanta last week for media days. He's been doing film shoots with NIL partnerships. He's been all over the place. We won't really care about what Arch does until 39 days from now when Texas takes the field in Columbus.
Right.
But, what are some of the things that you're looking to hear about Arch Manning, or at least hoping to hear about Arch Manning throughout fall camp once we get there?
Well, I think he started that out by headed off to some of these other guys' camps in other parts of the country by just showing up and saying that he would be there and actually showing up. I guarantee you there are a bunch of those guys that thought when he said, "Oh, I'll come to your camp, I'll spend a couple of days with you," they were thinking that, oh, that's easy to say, but that dude's not going to show up. That guy's going to be so busy. But to actually show up at Wingo's deal, I just think that is, I mean, that's just showing your leadership early. I think they understand what kind of guy he is when it comes to throwing the ball and his physical attributes. But that's the leadership part, that you can trust in the guy. If he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it. And that was number one for me, for him. You know, when he did that a couple months ago, showing up at somebody's camp and just out of the blue, he's throwing passes to kids out there in the street and stuff. I mean, that's what people want to see. You know, as I said, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And it sounds like he's a guy that cares about his teammates and what they're doing, you know, to make themselves better. I'll show up and make it a little bit better for that guy who's on my team. You know, I don't have to stay there for 3 days, but if I showed up for 2 hours and start throwing a bunch of balls down the street, that's a big deal for my friend that's on the team. And he shows up. That's the big thing for me. I think we all know about his ability and what to look for, and can he manage a football team when the ball is in his court. I think that's, you know, as I said before, I think it's going to be the people around him. They're going to have to rise to his occasion. You know, he doesn't have to rise to theirs. They're going to have to meet what his expectations are and what kind of person and player he is. But I think to show what kind of person he is first was really important. And they've got a chance to see that over the last 2 years anyway. That wasn't the first, you know, good deed that dude has done. I guarantee it has been hundreds of things that he's done, just little things with his teammates that they probably thought, does that guy really have the time to do this? Will he do it? I bet you there's been cases that don't even get talked about where they seem, to him, it's just a little thing. But to others, it would be, that's huge, you know?
Yeah.
You know, I'm having a party this week. He shows up to that guy's not going to show up to my party. Yeah, he does. He shows up just like anybody else. I'm just as he said, he wants to be a regular guy. He wants to go to parties on campus, but you don't think, you know, as a teammate that I'm having a party this weekend, would you show up? And the guy goes, yeah. And you're going, Arch is not showing up to my party. And there you bang, he's there. You know, things like
Arch
that.
is the type of guy, forget one of his teammates' parties. Arch is the type of guy who would show up to one of his teammates' step-nephew's first birthdays.
Yeah, that kind of stuff, yeah.
Like, you know, some people might not think it's a huge deal that Arch Manning went to Ryan Wingo's camp. And look, guys go to other guys' camps. That's a thing. But it doesn't happen often where the star quarterback will get on a plane, cross multiple states and thousands of miles to go to one of his teammates' camps. Like,
and I'm going to think that was set up by Arch. That was on his dime. That was him making the flight arrangements, or whoever makes the flight arrangements for him. I mean, that did that. I'm thinking Wingo didn't have to say, here, I've got this ticket for you. This is there. This is all set up. Here's a limo at the airport to get picked up. I'm sure Arch just said, oh, I know how to get around. I can make it. I know how to go to the airport. I know how to get an Uber to get there.
Well, I'll call Red Bull and they'll foot the bill for this trip, you know?
Yeah, things like that. The simple that you don't have to go out of your way. You've invited him to your camp and he's going to show up. You don't have to do anything else. He knows how to get a room. He knows how to do that stuff. Hell, I still deal with guys in their 40s. If you have to, you know, get them to the airport, pick them up at the airport, make sure they're on time for the meeting, get them back to the airport, feed them. I mean, get them a hotel room. There's people that are still having, you know, other people have to do that stuff, grown men and women out there, you know?
Sure. Yeah. Arch has done everything right from a leadership standpoint this offseason, and he's talked about it countless times about that being a big priority for him. And maybe the thing that he's working on the most is just being a better leader and getting the guys in his locker room to rally around him, because he's the guy. Obviously, he's built up relationships with his teammates over the last 2 years, but it's different when you are the starting quarterback versus the backup quarterback. So he's talked about like having lunch with different players on the team every day that he's been in the facility, right? Like, of course, he's got best friends. He's got guys that he'd probably rather hang out with more than some other guys on the team. But he's been seemingly going around and trying to hang out with as many different people as he can. So even stuff like that, obviously getting on a plane, traveling across states, that's a bigger deal. But just like making sure here in Austin, he is making everybody feel important. And he is trying to just ingratiate himself with everybody in that locker room. That's the correct use of that word. Like that, that's good. That's all great.
Yeah, I know this guy was not our quarterback, but one of the guys that I had noticed that had done that, and during my coaching career was Phil Dawson. Phil Dawson used to hang out with the offensive linemen. And
Phil Dawson was a kicker, and he just wanted people to like him.
But he wanted to show that, that he was. I'm a part of the team. I'm a very important. And by the way, I'm pretty good, at what I do. But I'm going to go lift. When you guys go lift, whatever you guys are lifting, I want to be a part of this group. I mean, that guy could have went to the wide receiver group and been better than they were lifting, or the running back group. He could have been right in there lifting with them. But that dude was throwing iron with the offensive line. That's who he hung out with. I was like, damn. You're hanging out with these mutts. Yep, that's my guys right there. I mean, to make yourself known as just one of the guys, it's hard to do when you're pretty good at what you do. People always tend to think, oh, you're going to hang out with the other quarterbacks, or you're going to be hanging out with the cool wide receivers. No, I'm going to hang out with the grunts because I'm just a kicker. That's who I am. I'm a kicker. I'll let you know I'm just a kicker. So here's who I'm going to
know your place, kicker. Nobody wants you hanging out with them anyways.
That's true. And everybody wants this guy hanging out with him. And he does, probably.
Yeah, he does. And I think, look, Arch has enough natural leadership as well to where he'd probably figure that stuff out on his own. But it sounds like some of the coaches have been working with him to just make sure he's doing everything he needs to do from that standpoint. So, I'm not really worried about Arch in his leadership anymore and his maturity anymore. I think he's got those things figured out. I don't know if I was ever worried about them, but with all that we've heard about from that standpoint, I expect to hear good things about Arch's leadership and maturity throughout fall camp. I want to hear about how he's playing, right? And you talk about, the guys around him rising to his occasion. I like that phrase.
Yes.
The best quarterbacks bring guys up. They elevate their teammates. Now, Arch can't catch the balls that he throws. He can't run the routes for the guys. He can't block the guys. But the best quarterbacks, the elite quarterbacks, raise the guys around him. You think of like Tom Brady. I mean, Tom Brady, he had Randy Moss for a year, he had Wes Welker for a year, but a lot of Tom Brady's greatness was he would take this college lacrosse player and turn him into a really good receiver. Like all of these no-name nobodies. And I get it. Tom Brady's the GOAT. I'm not saying Arch Manning has to do this on that level, but like the best quarterbacks can elevate the guys around them. So that's what I want to hear about Arch Manning. Obviously, we'll get to see it throughout the course of the year, but I want to hear stories about like guys raising their level of game and their level of competition because of what Arch is doing every day in camp. That's something that I want to hear.
He's the kind of guy that can raise you above what your potential is. That's what you want to see, because there are some guys that have this potential that it may take time to bring out. But there's other guys that, dude, no matter how they try, no matter what they do, they only have so much. But your level is only going to get to a certain spot. This guy can raise that in a bunch of guys that aren't going to get to some of the other guys' level. He just will be able to do that, and that'll be cool. And those will be the guys he'll depend on. He'll depend on those guys when it's time. Some dude that's not going to catch 90 balls, who may catch 18 balls, and 15 of those balls will be meaningful balls in a game at some point, and he'll go to that person. You'll wonder, why the hell did he go to that dude?
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know.
He'll just raise the level of guys that don't have the great potential. He'll make them so much better, which will make the team better.
Yeah, and I think the Texas wide receiver room is very good, and I love what Jack Injuries is going to do at tight end. So, he's got a lot of talented guys to work with. But, yeah, I mean, getting the most out of Ryan Wingo, getting the most out of DeAndre Moore, making the transitions easy for Emmett Mosley V and Jack Injuries in their first years at Texas. Like those are the things that, again, more importantly, I want to see during the season, but I want to hear about that stuff during fall camp.
And I don't want to see it happen, but it's going to happen. There's going to be series or games where it's just not working right for him. And how does he overcome that? Does he still get his team to a place where they win a football game? And we'll look back at the stats and go, damn, Arch wasn't very good in that game, but that last drive was really something special.
Yeah.
Those are the things that will really make it happen for his teammates when they're going to depend on him and he's not having a great day, but in a key situation to win a game in the SEC, in a conference that we talk about, anybody can get your ass on a Saturday. They can beat you up if you're not ready. Well, he can be well prepared, but it's just not happening for him. But all of a sudden, on the last drive, that guy gets it done. or then he bounces back the next week and he has a great game. Those are the things that you want to see from your quarterback. Because like I said, it's not going to be all rosy for him. It just doesn't work that way.
No, even the great ones have off days. And, Arch Manning has only started 2 games in his career. There's going to be a learning curve. There's definitely going to be some bumps and bruises throughout this season. How do you respond? Everybody faces adversity. Every player, every team. You all face it at some point. Hell, you'll face it at multiple points. It's how you get up off the mat when you get punched.
One of the great things of life is adversity. How do you handle it?
Yeah, how do you respond? That's what defines you as a person, and that's definitely what defines you as a quarterback. And look, I just kind of want to know what this offense looks like. And Arch is going to be wearing the green non-contact jersey or the black non-contact jersey, whatever it is. So obviously he's not going to take a lot of hits, but I want to know how much quarterback run game is going to be in this offense, right? Like, that's a weapon. Arch Manning's legs are a weapon. He is a legit dual threat. He's not Vince Young. He's not like that level, but he could scoot. And we've seen that. And he knows when to take off and run. And when he takes off and run, he can run by guys and he can make guys miss. And that's a weapon for an offense. How much does Sark allow him to do that?
I think he just allows him to be himself. I think there may be, obviously some quarterback draw will be called every once in a while, but there's not going to be 10 of those. There's not going to be 10 set runs in the game for him. 7 or 6 of those things will come naturally when he drops back. And like I said, if he needs a first down and there's a chance of throwing it down the field and there's 5 yards looking at you right there, that guy's going to put that ball under his arm like he's always done all his life and go ahead and get you 5 yards and fall down and move the chains. And we'll start all over from then. Maybe I'll throw it deep down the next time. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of set runs. I think it's just going to happen naturally for him. I hope that way. I hope he does. I don't want to see them have a game plan where, we got Arch in here for 9 runs in a game. No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I wonder if it'll be like 3 or 4 runs, right? Like,
no, there'll be 3 or 4 of them. There's going to be some quarterback just drop back draw, quarterback draw where he just drops back.
I don't know about that.
Oh, I think there will be. I think everybody and their mother is gonna, when he drops back, those linebackers are going to take off and head to zones. And I think he's going to drop back a lot of some of these deals and take a step and just head right down the middle of the guts. And it's at the end game. The end game is what I'm worried about. What's the end game going to be like for a guy who's about 235? You know what I'm saying? Who's a big dude. What's the collision game going to be for Arch Manning at the end? He wants to be an athlete, but does he understand how important he is as the quarterback?
There shouldn't be a collision game. I don't want to hear anything about a collision game. I want the only collision to be between Arch and the ground when he slides.
Yeah, but I just think that guy is just.
I know. He did it. Like, I went back and watched some film from the Mississippi State game yesterday, and he took like one giant hit. I mean, he took off and ran over the middle, and he had plenty of time to get down, plenty of time to slide, plenty of time to fall forward, whatever. And instead, he just kind of lowered his shoulder and took a huge shot.
That's that. I'm one of the guys deal right there,
Right. And look, the good news is he got up right away. He took a pretty big hit, but he's 225, 230. He's got some mass to him. He was able to bounce up off the turf and get right back into the huddle for the next play. But like you and Derek, DJ brings up a good point. Like, Ewers got hurt a couple of times trying to be tough. Like, dude, just get down. I get it. You want to be tough guy because your teammates take hits. So you want to be like everybody else and you want to prove that you're a leader and you're not scared and this, that, and the other. But you are the most important player on the team. And no disrespect to, Trey Owens and Matthew Caldwell, but the gap between Quinn and Arch is a little bit bigger than the gap between, or a little bit smaller, than the gap between Arch and Trey and Matthew Caldwell. So you really got to make sure Arch stays healthy this year. And he's a big part of that because I do want him to run, but you can't let him run if he is foolish and doesn't avoid contact.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I know his relatives and his dad and everybody else has talked to him about don't be foolish. Like you said, that's just foolish. When you can slide, when you've got a first down and you still can just hit the ground or you come up just a wee bit short and you can get it on the next play in a run, don't do it. Don't do it. But that dude's going to do it. I'm sorry, but he's going to take on some 180-pound secondary guy and want to take it, and they're going to hit him at the waist level or the thigh level or what, because that's how they're going to have to bring, because he's a big guy.
Yep.
They're not going to be trying to tackle him high and drag him to the ground. They're going to want to prove, oh, that's a quarterback. I'm going to take my shot on him. But he's going to want to dish out, I'm one of the guys. I'm fine. I've done this before. It's a different world where he is now as the starter and having those opportunities during the course of the game, 5, 6, 7 times where you take off and then all of a sudden you go, I'm going to take this on. Those are a lot of hits.
If you're coming in for like a couple of plays, 4th and 1 against A&M or, the 4th down against Ohio State, then all right, you want to prove your worth. Like, hey, here's what I could do. I deserve more playing time. I'm going to lay it all out on the line because I don't know when I'm going to get my next snap. But when you're the starter, like you said, it's, no, we need you for the next play. And then the play after that, and then really every play over the course of a 16, 17-game season. So
and we know the officials don't know when to toss that flag up in the air, what's a late hit, what's not. That's borderline. With a big kid like that, they let those things become more borderline. Or maybe if it's Arch Manning, they're going to say, no, that's way too close. You didn't have to hit him. Then again, they may say, well, you know what? He could have slid a little bit earlier. And you don't even want that. You don't want that to be in play like every time he takes off, Does
Arch get the sort of superstar treatment from the official?
Or they give him the treatment where, you're a big kid. If you want to run like that, here's what's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
Because and the guys are late and they don't care, and their coaches aren't going to be yelling at them. They're going to be like, well, look like he was running to me. Way to hit him,
I'd be a damn bounty on Arch Manning this year. Like, I don't care if he slides. Take a hit. If you could take him out of the game.
Yeah, if he gets 3 or 4 of those set runs, quarterback draws, or like you said, things like that. But there are going to be times when he goes, like I said, when his natural ability in a drop back, do I throw this? Or can I look at that spot over there? There's a first down. I can do this. Yeah, okay. Can I do this and get out of bounds? That's the deal. Can I go run to the bench?
If you can't, get down. If you're not going to make it, or if you're unsure you're going to make it to the sideline before you get hit by somebody else, then just get down, dude. I'm going to be yelling that every time he takes off and runs. Whether I'm watching on TV or in person, I will be yelling, get down.
Yeah, I think you're going to see on average that guy taking off and going at least 4 to 5 times a game.
I do too, and you should. And I think that'll be a big part of it. I just wonder, I don't think there will be a lot of designed quarterback draws, but I do wonder, the RPO game is a big part of Steve Sarkeesian's offense, and zone read is a big part of Steve Sarkeesian's offense. So, you didn't have to worry about Quinn very often on those because he knew he wasn't keeping the ball. With Arch, that's something a defense has to pay attention to. So again, that's another strength or something that could be a strength with this Longhorn offense this year. But you wonder if Sark's don't err on the side of caution.
Yeah, his quarterback draws will be more like when teams go fake punt against Texas. You'll get about 4 of those, for the year. Big plays though. I think his quarterback draws will be big plays. I think he will know they got their back totally to him. They're running down the field, chasing a bunch of receivers. Linebackers are either blitzing and have come up the field and they're gone past him. When he takes off, he'll take off with a purpose. I don't think there's going to be times where he takes off that he doesn't know that he has it. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, it's the end game of what does the ending of it look like once he has it, Does he want more? You know what I mean? Is it, I've got a first down, time to get down, or is it, I got a first down, but look, I think I can go 30 more yards. Yeah. That's the one that's the one when you're going to be screaming up in the stands. You got a first, get down. That's when he breaks, a leg tackle, and you're going to be going, oh no, here comes 3 or 4 more guys right now.
Time and place. If you want to,
time and game situation.
Yeah, of course. If you want to go like Case McCoy Superman run against A&M and what felt like the last game in that rivalry, then go do it. But against San Jose State or Sam Houston, no. I know you're a better athlete than those guys, but don't.
That's not even in my game plan in those games. I can say some things. I got 1 run in any of those kind of games for him. I don't have more than 1, period.
Yeah. Well, that'll be something to watch because that's
and the head coach will get blamed for anything, even though if he said, if I only had 1 run for this guy in the total in this game, people will say, well, why'd you have any? If something were to happen, that's exactly what they're going to say. Why'd you have any?
It's a big storyline to watch in camp and obviously more importantly throughout the season. How much does Arch utilize his legs? And also how much does Steve Sarkeesian let Arch utilize his legs? Because you know what? I mean, when you're going up against a dual threat quarterback, you have to, I don't want to say waste a defender. You have to use a defender and spy on a lot of plays. And that takes one guy away from rushing, or it takes one guy away from coverage. And that opens some things up for the other 10 guys you have on your offense. So that's the balance of, okay, you want to protect your quarterback, keep him healthy, but also what type of difference can this make compared to the offenses we've had the last 3 years with Quinn Ewers? I think it can be significant, and I would like to see it this season.
Yeah, I think they'll be careful, but I think there's going to be some set runs in there, but most of it will be his natural ability in the drop back game, in the passing game, where he sees something and says, "Oh no, I don't need to throw this. I got this on my own," and then I'll just get down. Once you see him get down a couple times, you'll start to understand he knows exactly what's going on and when to do it. But there's going to be a couple times he's going to try to bow up to some secondary guy. You know that. And that's when you're going to be screaming. That's when the screams come in and the deep breaths come in, you know?
I'll be screaming every single time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in who the back. I don't even know who the backup really is. I mean, that's
so. Let's dive into that. Let's dive into that in a second, because that's the most compelling storyline going into fall camp. I mean, it's Arch, it's his team, and that's the guy everyone's going to talk about. I get it, but we know Arch is the starter, and we know what's going to happen with him. We don't know who the second quarterback is, because Texas went out and got a transfer after the spring. And that leads you to believe that maybe they don't trust the guys that they had, or maybe it's just we just like to have an extra insurance policy. So I do want to dive into that. But before we do, Buck, let's give another quick round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello, our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, folks, for all your alcohol needs. Whether it's small party or big party, they are a wholesale distributor. Not only do they have a store, but they're a wholesale distributor that can get the alcohol to you, to your major functions. And folks, they have it all. They've got brandy, they've got liquor, they have wines, they have select wines, select tequilas at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. So head on over, say hello to the guys. If you got a big party that's up and coming before the season, during the season, midway during the season, who cares? 34 Wine and Spirits is the place to get all your alcohol. And at 34 Wine and Spirits, you'll find the best beer in the world, Altstadt Beer. They've got it there just for you in all different varieties.
Yes, they do. Shout out to Altstadt Beer, and a special shout out to Altstadt Beer, because right now they are matching donations to the Hill Country Flood Relief Fund. That's right. If you head over to the website, altstatbeer.com, and you make a donation there, and you add Altstadt Brewery to the donation note, they are going to match your contribution up to $150,000. So shout out to the Altstadt Brewery. Again, a lot of folks in our area still in need of help and resources and money to.
Sounds like a good time for me to start drinking again.
Well, yeah, the beauty is you could just go donate on the website without drinking.
Oh, really? I thought you had to be able to drink too. No?
This is a no purchase necessary donation here. So shout out to the Altstadt Brewery. They're in Fredericksburg, right here in the heart of Central Texas. It's obviously a great beer. We talk about the greatness that is Altstadt Beer every single day. And we talk about the Altstadt Brewery all the time and how it's the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. But man, what makes Altstadt so great is they not only are they local, but they actually care about being local, and they care about the Central Texas community. And again, they are matching donations to the Hill Country Flood Relief Fund. So shout out to them for doing that. And that's another good reason to support the best beer there is. Altstadt Beer, no impurities, no regrets.
Very nice. Very nice.
And a quick shout out to OLIPOP as well. Speaking of things to drink, hey, if you're not a drinker, but you're still going to drink something, how about OLIPOP? Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Went to the store yesterday, got a couple more. I got me a cherry cola.
Oh, yeah, cherry cola.
Probably be drinking during tomorrow's show. Love the OLIPOP. This is the game changer of all game changers. It's soda, and it tastes like soda because it is soda. But unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past, OLIPOP is actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can. They've got prebiotics and botanicals and plant fibers in every can. Those are ingredients that support good digestive health. So when you're drinking OLIPOP, you're actually supporting your gut. Not only is it not bad for you, there are actually health benefits that you get every time you down a can of OLIPOP. If that sounds different from the sodas you've been drinking in the past, well, it's because it is. Get you some. I was at Target yesterday. They've got it at Walmart. They've got it at Costco. They've got it at HEB, Whole Foods. Wherever you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Sweet.
All right, so let's get into the backup quarterback conversation because it's an interesting one, right? It's Trey Owens versus Matthew Caldwell. And look, we all know if either guy has to play a ton of football this year, we're going to have a bad time. Not to knock any of those guys, but this team's success is dependent on Arch Manning, number one, being good, number two, staying on the field. But it's interesting. Like Trey Owens, it felt like he was going to be the backup. That was the case in the winter. That was the case in the spring. And then right after the spring ended, when that spring portal opened, Texas went out and got Matthew Caldwell out of the transfer portal, a grad transfer from Troy. Caldwell started the final 5 games of the 2024 season for the Trojans, 1,600 passing yards, 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, had 5 rushing touchdowns. Apparently he caught a touchdown as well. So you can throw him in there at receiver at some point this year. But he's a guy with a lot of experience. He's a grad transfer. Once again, Texas is his 4th stop. And you wonder why Texas got Matthew Caldwell after the spring. Like, is it just to have another backup so you're not 2 plays away from true freshman KJ Lacey having to play? Or is it the staff maybe not trusting Trey Owens to be good enough to help Texas win in a pinch?
I don't know if it's good enough or if it's because they don't think he's good enough. They just want to make sure that they've got an experienced guy who's been in games, which, as you said, even though he didn't start the entire season, he started the last 5 games at Troy, and he's been under fire, in games where, Trey Owens gets in the game and it's a blowout and you get to hand it off, you get to drop back and not have pressure situations. You just get to throw it down the field. We saw him in the spring game 2 years ago, but we haven't seen much of him. We don't know anything about him. The coaches know more about him. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I would like to have an experienced guy that's played in games that's an older guy if I can get him. I mean, if I can get him in the transfer portal, why not?
Yeah, I'm cool with the decision to go get him, right? I mean,
Sure.
we compare backup quarterbacks to insurance policies, right? Like you have insurance.
You could have got another kicker, but instead you got a quarterback.
Right. I mean, you have insurance on the most important things in this life, your house, your car,
Right.
your life. Like it's good to have insurance policy. So to go out and bring in another backup quarterback, it makes a lot of sense. So I like the move to go get Caldwell. I wonder what it means for the future of Trey Owens.
That means that if he doesn't play at all this year, he's probably going to transfer and go someplace and get to play for 2 years. That's all. I mean, it's the quarterback world. It's college football. If he goes and it's his 3rd year and the guy hasn't played yet and he's at a major college, then somebody would probably like to have him. And even if he had to drop down, he wants to play. He eventually wants to play football. He's not here just to hang around and pick up rings for being in semifinals and traveling and doing stuff like that. He'd like to play, and nobody's going to blame him if he decides, after this year that, no, they picked up another guy, I'm going to go other, somewhere else. I'd understand.
Well, here's the thing. Matthew Caldwell's only here for a year.
Right.
Arch Manning could leave after this season. We don't expect him to, but he is draft eligible after this season. So, Trey Owens would be the incumbent to be Texas's starter in 2026.
Well, he would know that. I mean, he would know that the word on Arch would be out. I mean, it's not going to take long. If he's the number 1 pick in the draft and everybody knows it, like they knew who the quarterback was last year, there was a little bit of if he's 1 or 2, but if he's he's the guy, and say the New Orleans Saints blew the season and they were going to, who they would take, who New Orleans would take immediately.
Sure. I don't know if it's that cut and dry though, is the thing, but that could happen.
Yeah.
That could happen.
Saying if it was that cut and dry and they all made a family decision on, we can stay another year, but do we get any better by staying another year? All we do is put him in danger of something happening when it's right here, right now. I mean, and if Trey Owens, he would know that already. He would know that pretty quickly about how that goes. And even the Arch would probably whisper in his ear, dude, I'm probably out of here. You're going to be the next guy. But if he's staying, he would know too. he
That's
would
the
know
thing.
that he's going to stay.
If he is the next guy, I guess this is the point I'm getting to. Like, this is more of a long-term than a short-term thing. Do I need to be nervous? Like, does the coaching staff trust Trey Owens? If Arch does leave after this year and, the Texas coaching staff is like, well, we got to get this transfer quarterback because we don't feel good enough about Trey Owens. Is that like, could Texas be in trouble at quarterback next year?
No, while the iron is hot, you got to make sure that you have all your bases covered. And to get an experienced transfer guy that's older, that has played in games, you just have to do that. And if the kid can't understand, then he's probably going to be gone anyway.
They didn't do that last year, Buck. Same situation. Arch Manning, a redshirt freshman quarterback. Texas had the chance to go out and get somebody from the portal to be Quinn's backup, and they didn't do it. Now they're doing it this year with Trey Owens in his redshirt freshman year.
Well, I don't think they think of Trey Owens like they thought of Arch Manning.
Sure. I don't. That's clear. That's obvious. I just wonder, do they think Trey Owens is good enough to be the starter at some point?
That's yet to me, that's still yet to be determined by all of us. We don't know.
I wonder who the first guy off the bench is, right? Like, maybe it's, maybe we don't see that until Texas has a 40-point lead against San Jose State in the third quarter in week 2, which that one won't matter. It doesn't really matter who the first guy off the bench is there, right. But if something happens to Arch, who is the first guy off the bench? Like, I don't know if that's been decided. I think that's the biggest sort of quarterback room question as we preview fall camp is like, who wins the battle to be QB2 on this team?
Yeah, I mean, if you're that kid, you're still battling to be number 2. There's no doubt about it. You don't quit battling to be the next guy off if somewhere to have. If he just sprained his ankle in a game and they need you in the third quarter to go out the third and the fourth quarter, and who knows if he'd play the following week, you'd like to know, am I going to be that next guy? Well, I mean, I don't think that's determined yet, and that's fine. But for me, but if he's not, then he's probably going to be gone after this year. He's probably going to want to go play someplace else, and that's fine too.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
You can't be upset at the kid for saying, "Oh, not everybody wants to stick around, just get a degree and go to bowl games and get rings and do that without playing." Some of them actually want to play.
Right. Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, obviously it's Arch, so it becomes a bigger deal. But the fact that a guy like that was willing to wait 2 years before playing is almost rare. It is rare in today's college football. Trey Owens, he could potentially be waiting 3 years before he gets his opportunity to play quarterback at the University of Texas.
Even if then, you're right.
He might consider leaving, but that's all dependent on obviously Arch Manning's decision at the end of this year. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, Trey Owens has been here. Caldwell didn't get here until after the spring. So he's a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of practice and in terms of learning the playbook. So, maybe Trey Owens is the Vegas favorite, if you will, to be QB2. But that's definitely something to monitor during camp. I mean, all we have with Trey Owens, he threw 4 passes last year in the UTSA game, and he was 2 for 4 for 19 yards. We've got that, and we've got the spring game from 2024 where he lit the world on fire. He was 14 of 21 for 228 yards and 3 touchdowns. Wish we had a spring game this year. It would be nice to know a little bit more about what we have with Trey Owens.
There was no spring game?
There's no spring game this year. No.
Damn.
And we're pieces of shit for complaining about that is what I also learned over these last few months. Everyone sides.
I don't know. I would think that Trey Owens, he would be the next guy. They've seen enough of him for 2 years now. They've seen a lot of him, and they understand what his plus and minuses are and what you have to do and how you have to build and what you have your game plan around that guy. But if there's a guy who's been out there running around on the field and not sitting on the sideline waiting for a blowout, you got to look at that too. That experience is kind of key. I don't care what conference he's in, Sun Belt or whatever. I mean, if he's been playing in games on Saturdays, 5 straight weeks of it, I just don't know. I don't know about Trey Owens. I don't want to put a mark on him that he's a bad quarterback or obviously he's still here. They still think enough that they haven't run him off because they'll find a way to help you out the door if they don't think you're good enough at that position. Are you kidding me? They got enough quarterbacks that they can look at that they would say, they let you know that, you're probably suited to go play here or there. People have been asking me about you and, I've talked to coaches about you and, I let them know that, they would love to have you there. You'd be playing for them. You wouldn't be sitting around like you're doing here right now and could be sitting for another year. So he understands what the gig is. But I'm not going to blame him whether he stays or goes or whatever. But I'd like to know how good he is. We'd all like to know that.
Right. And CB, has this stat ready to go whenever we need it. Texas has used or needed multiple quarterbacks. I mean, look at all of these years.
Yes.
Like every year in the last 2.5 decades, it feels like Texas has needed. And this is not, we'll put another guy in garbage time and that counts.
Oh, no.
This is your starter gets hurt or he doesn't play well, so you have to go to the bench.
And some of those are multiple games.
Sure, exactly. And look, we saw it with Quinn the last couple of years, right? Arch Manning started 2 games last year. Malik Murphy started 2 games the year before. So
we just got through talking about Arch and if somebody hits him or if he takes chance. Yeah, we just got through talking about it.
That's why this thing's important. Like Matthew Caldwell, not the best transfer Texas brought in, not the biggest name transfer that Texas brought in, but I think the most intriguing transfer that Texas brought in because it's the most important position. And he might be like Texas doesn't win the Big 12 in 2023 if Malik Murphy doesn't play well enough to win those 2 games against BYU and K-State. Texas doesn't make it to Atlanta last year if, Arch Manning doesn't win the Mississippi State game, the conference opener.
Right.
So it's like Matthew Caldwell, this little-known dude, or Trey Owens, who has thrown 4 passes in his college career. One of those guys might be the difference between Texas winning the SEC and making it to the college football playoff or doing neither of those things. So,
yeah, I mean, we've seen Trey Owens throw the ball down the field in that spring game, just heave it. Maybe that's enough to keep him off your back, but there's a lot of little things that you have to do. We don't know in those tight situations and those tight throws for a first. We don't know that stuff. So, I mean, I'd rather have gone. I feel good about them going out and getting somebody that's been a player, that's been a quarterback in games, no matter what conference they come from, but has been underneath the center and and is an older guy.
Older guy, yeah, a lot of experience.
Older guy with
again,
some
Texas
experience.
is the 4th stop. Yeah, 4th stop for Matthew Caldwell. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Good conversation there, previewing the Texas quarterback room as we sit 8 days away from the start of fall camp and just 39 days away from the season opener.
And I don't know enough, BK. We know enough about the younger guys. I mean, the freshmen are coming. I mean, do they have a dynamic, just can throw, can run around? Which guy is that? Because there's going to be that dual threat guy. There's got to be that 5'11", 6-foot dual threat guy that's got to be on this campus somewhere.
Well, that's the 4th quarterback is KJ Lacey, who was the early enrollee freshman that Texas signed in this 2025 recruiting class. So
is he that good? Is he that dynamic of a kid?
4-star out of Alabama. I mean, he's not the level of recruit that like Quinn Ewers was or Arch Manning was or, Dia Bell, who's Texas's commit for the 26 cycle is.
Good enough to turn around and hand it off and make you and threaten the defense a little bit, probably.
KJ Lacey plays in any game that's not San Jose State, UTEP, or Sam Houston, then something has gone horrifically wrong.
Oh, okay.
Disrespect to the kid. It's a true freshman, and he's your 4th string quarterback. So, like, I don't want to hear a whole lot about. We'll hear him during fall camp, and I hope he looks good. Sounds like he had a good spring, but like he should not be like Trey Owens threw 4 passes last year, and he was the 3rd string quarterback.
Right.
KJ Lacey's the 4th string quarterback this year. So like I just don't expect him to do much of anything except for maybe hand the ball off in a couple of blowout scenarios. Okay. Good stuff. All right. We've got a little bit of sound from Sark. We also have to get into Big Ten media days because those start today. And we've got the preseason poll from that conference that's already out.
Wow.
So,
and they're in Vegas. They went to Vegas, did they?
Yeah, they're in Vegas, baby.
Hey, SEC, let's get out of Atlanta.
Maybe that's why everyone's been talking about Greg Sankey not announcing the location for 2026 media days yet. Maybe he's got something big that he's working on. Maybe it's Vegas. Maybe it's
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Maybe it's Cancun. Maybe we're going international.
Go big.
Maybe we're going to Dubai. Who knows?
Maybe we're going to Mexico City.
Could be going to Mexico City. Like, it feels like these conference commissioners really like one-upping each other.
Yes.
So Vegas, look, other conferences have had it in Vegas, but for the Big Ten, it's a pretty big deal. Like, you're going across the country, but you're making this thing a big deal by putting it at the Mandalay Bay in Vegas.
Really?
That's where it's going to be. Yep, these next 3 days, which If you're the SEC, maybe you stay at Circa. You stay somewhere nicer than that.
There you go.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is, but maybe again, Sankey has a trick up his sleeve to where he's going to put
this. Hasn't announced it yet. They already know where he's going.
You would think. I don't know why. Before last year's in Dallas ended, we already had an announcement that this year's was going to be in Atlanta. Yeah, so that's why everyone's like, "What's the deal here? Why do we not know what's happening for 2026?" But I don't know. Big Ten Media Days in Vegas, starting today, and it'll be 3 days.
Yeah, it's time to start scooping out where that deal is going to be next year. You're right; they already know. Yeah, somebody knows something. Somebody's willing to open up their mouth and tell you.
Maybe. Do you want to dive into Big Ten first or hear Sark first?
Let's hear Sark.
All right, we got a couple of bits from Steve Sarkeesian, who attended and spoke at the Texas High School Coaches Association Coaches Convention in San Antonio yesterday. That's a mouthful. A few cuts from Sark. We'll start with this one. He was asked about the difference in feeling going into this year's training camp versus the previous 4 years that you've been at Texas.
I'm excited about this season, and it is a little bit different because the reality of it is I think I have one player left on our roster that was 5-7, and that's Michael Taff. And the majority of the players on our roster, the big bulk of the players on our roster don't know anything but playing in conference championship games, going to the college football playoff, and playing in the semifinals. And so different challenges, right? Where early in our years we were trying to convince our guys that we were worthy of winning and the work that we've put in. Now it's making sure that we've got the right mindset going into a season and reminding them of where we've come and how far we've come from where we were, but not making them feel bad about where we're at today, because there's been a lot of hard work and time and effort put into this on the coach's part, on their part, and the administration's part to get us to this point. But it's an exciting time. I like our team. I like the hunger of this team. I like the energy. It's youthful. They're connected, and that part's always fun for me when you get ready to go to training camp.
Yeah, I like the way he puts that. Don't be upset that you've gotten this far. Don't be upset about it, but there's still work to do because you haven't got to the mountaintop. But the work that you put into this has got you to 2 semifinals. I mean, so don't be upset that you got there. Don't walk around like we haven't done nothing. You've done a lot. You really have in the last 2 years. You've done an awful lot. But now you just got to get them to understand there's just a little bit more that you have to do. I mean, some people would say a lot more. No, it's just a little bit more that you have to tweak in order to win that to get into that game and win that game. But don't be ashamed of the fact that, when you tell people, well, we just went to 2 semifinals, don't be, no, you worked your ass off to get to that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Nice little flex in front of the high school coaches. No other team in the state of Texas has had this type of success these last couple of seasons. But,
I like it. I like the message.
I don't want to say it's easier because no part of being a coach is easy, especially in 2025 with NIL and the portal and this ever-changing landscape of college football. But doesn't it feel a little easier on Sark? Like, I feel like such a hard part of his job at Texas and a hard part of a lot of coaches who take over new gigs is instilling a culture and like trying to convince guys that what you are coaching and what you are preaching is going to work. And when you go 5-7 in your first year, like Steve Sarkeesian did, it's like there's a lot of guys. We've heard Sark talk about it. We've heard players talk about it. There are a lot of guys who are like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Like, he doesn't know what he's doing. We're not winning games. Why would I buy into this? Now it's like you've been to back-to-back conference championship games. You've been to back-to-back playoff semifinals. It's like you don't have to worry about doing that anymore because the guys in your locker room see that what you're saying, what you're coaching, what you're preaching is actually working, and you've got.
And they understand what you have to do in order to even just to get to that spot. How hard it is, how hard it is. But now you're trying to go past that, so you got to reevaluate certain things. You got to push just a little bit harder to get to that next step. You got to get to that national championship game, and whether you win it or not, now the following year you got to do the same thing again because there won't be any looking back. There won't for Texas. It's not looking back now to just are we going to make it to any of these games? No, the deal is to win these games now, to get in and get to a national championship and win it. It's a step at a time. It's been great progress. and the team understands that too. But sometimes you go, people can still be putting you down like, oh, you didn't do anything. You went to the semifinals. What's the big deal? Where it is a big deal. Are you shitting me? It's a huge deal.
All the people who are saying it's no big deal are the people who would have killed for their teams to have made it there last
Absolutely.
year.
They'll tell you haven't done anything, but this program has done it. This program has done a lot in the last 3 years, and they've set themselves up. But you, as a coach, you got to push. You got to push them just a little bit harder to get to that next step. So,
I think that's another thing that's kind of good for Sark and his staff. It's like we can tell our guys, hey, remember how hard we worked last year? We need to do that and then some. And it's not like these players are like, nah, no, we don't. Like, we did enough last year. It's like, no, we didn't win a championship. We didn't win the SEC. We didn't win the national championship. So we've got to do what we did last year. And also, like you said, take it another step to make sure that we're not just playing in these games, but we're actually winning these games.
Yeah. I mean, you start getting to that point where you're what Alabama was, under Nick Saban was doing, what Kirby's doing with Georgia. Start getting to that point. You know how disappointed those guys are. You know how disappointed Georgia is for not getting there again. Those guys, they're used to it. You get used to that stuff. You get used to it. But it also takes that little extra that you may say, you know what, that's good enough. We got there. We'll get there again. No, it still takes that little bit of extra to get to be a champion, and that's hard. And it's going to be now. You got other, you have players once again that come into your culture, but it come from other places. It had 20 or 30 of those guys could screw it up, but it doesn't take much of them. It take 2 or 3 of them to screw it up that don't understand the culture. They could send you back a little bit, and you don't want that to happen. So the guys that have been around this got to keep preaching. We're not quite there yet. We got to this spot. We got to keep on going.
Yeah, agreed. All right, one more from Coach Sark here. This year's a little bit different for Texas because, well, they open up with a behemoth. The last few years, Texas has played, tough non-conference games, but they've all been in week 2. And Steve Sarkeesian, year 1, the Arkansas game, sorry to bring that up, 2022 and 2023, the Alabama games, last year, the Michigan game, all of those games took place in week 2. So this is a unique spot for Steve Sarkeesian at Texas, that you don't have that buffer game in week 1 before you play your tough non-conference game. It's right off the bat for the Longhorns this year. So somebody asked Steve Sarkeesian about, how do you prepare during fall camp, not only to get your team ready for the season, but with that game in week 1, what's your schedule going to look like to get ready for that trip to the shoot?
Historically, what we've done, and I don't mind getting into this, the first 2.5 weeks or so of training camp have been truly that of training camp. And then we've adjusted kind of into that third week of where we've gotten into that first opponent, that bigger opponent. So a few years ago, it was Alabama for that week. Last year, it was Michigan. This year would be Ohio State. And that was really implementing the game plan for that game. And then the fourth week, we would then game plan and prepare for our first opponent. Where this year, what it will look like more of kind of a 2-week process to get ready for the game. Similar in a sense, I guess you could say it almost to a bowl game. But yet the reality of it is probably a little more physicality, a little more opportunity to tackle and to do those things to make sure that you're sharp. That's always right. What are your biggest concerns going into a game? Your first game is A, tackling, that you make sure you can get people on the ground. B, ball security, that your ball carriers are used to being tackled, all right, so you're not giving up short fields. And then 3, dealing with performance anxiety, for some of the players who it's their first time on that stage that they're ready to perform. And so if I can put them in some of those elements, as well as, the staff putting together a good game plan, and then we can get up there and go cut it loose and go play.
Yeah, I mean, he understands who he's playing in this first game. It's not like playing, San Jose State or not knowing much about their coaching staff and what type of players. That they have 3 or 4 players who are dynamic and the rest of them are just sluggos. He knows what he's about to face. His team should be almost more than ecstatic about playing this team. You got to be so excited about playing Ohio State. They kept you out of a national championship game. You go into this game knowing what you have to do. It's almost like, nope, that wasn't – I got 3 more sprints. No, I need a 4th sprint in there. No, I need a 5th sprint. They understand what they need to do because this team kept them out because they're playing a really good – they know what kind of, they know how hard Ohio State hits. There's not going to be anything where they say, well, maybe they don't hit as hard as they did last year. It's the defending champ. Hell yeah, they do. They have a bunch of guys that hit that way. So there's no real secret about this game for your football team. You just gotta make sure some of the things, toss sweep, some of the other weird shit that you don't want to do in this game where you can lose it because of what you do. You shouldn't be worrying about your tackling. You got to tackle these guys, right? Is there any thought, if you played last year in this game, that if you take a bad angle, they're going to go right by you? If you don't cover that wide receiver for them, you only caught one ball last year. If you don't cover him this year, that he's going to have a big game. I mean, they know what's in store. There's no secret about Ohio State.
No, I think a lot of coaches are a bit scared and weary of doing a bunch of hitting drills during fall camp, but you don't have a choice this year.
Oh, no, you can't wait till week 2. You can't wait. No. You can't wait. No.
You've got to get that done early. And I think the most interesting thing that Sark said there, and I don't think he had to admit this, I think we all kind of knew it, but Sark openly said, like, no, yeah, we didn't prepare for our week 1 opponents first these last couple of years. We prepared for Alabama and Michigan. Like, we made them.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of human nature. I mean, most coaches are the same way. They know. Those guys already know, all that stuff about, on any given Saturday, if you're not prepared. No, your team is better than the teams that you've been playing in game 1s. You know that. You know that as a coaching staff. You don't like to say it a lot. You and your buddy over a beer, as one of the coaches, we're like, dog, we're going to kill that poor kid right there. That kid can't stand up to this kind of punishment. They already know those things. This game, it's like, dude, you better have your hard hat on, and you better be hitting hard early, because when you get hit by these guys, they will make you cough that ball up. And if you don't have ball security, it's going to be on the ground. And it's in their place.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they want to prove to you that it wasn't a fluke that they beat you last year.
Well, of course. I mean, that's a huge game for them too. I mean, it's a top 3 matchup, and they're raising a banner. You don't ever want to lose on banner night or ring night.
I think it's awesome. I think it's an awesome game. I think it's a great way to start the season. Of course, you talk about the way you perform the following week. Your biggest positive changes that following week after game 1. Your change better be in game 1. You don't have any worry about game 2. You got to worry about game 1 of, getting your dick knocked in the dirt. You know what I mean? That's what you got to worry about.
Biggest growth this year can't be from week 1 to week 2. It's got to be from week 0 to week 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's what you got to grow as a team.
People will be taking their helmet, their head will be inside that helmet on the ground if you're not ready in week 1 against this group. And this same group who's a national champ, they're thinking the same thing. They understand what Texas hit like. They understand what that game was about. There's nobody on that team that are going to say, "Oh, we beat them easily. That was a cakewalk." No, they're not thinking that. Their staff's not thinking that. They understand what can happen to them.
Well, that was the hardest game that they had to play in the playoff last year. I mean, I don't say that for Texas fans to take solace in it, but that's the truth. Like they ran through Tennessee in game 1. They dominated Oregon in the Rose Bowl, and they didn't have much problem with Notre Dame in the national championship game. So, yeah, like it's obviously they've got a lot of new faces. They've got more to replace than Texas does. So that's why I feel good about the Longhorns' chances in winning that game. Is they've got more players at more key positions that are new than Texas does. So they've got a lot to break in. But, a lot of those guys, whether they started or not, they were on the field or on the sideline for that game at Jerry World in January, and they know what.
Don't ever let anybody tell you that this game doesn't matter. That's this particular game. Oh no, we still got lots of games to play. We still have our SEC. This game matters. If you're a player, this game. If you played in this game last year, or if you just were on the bus for this game, it matters. Or practice, it matters a lot.
Here's the reality of the situation: if Texas doesn't win week 1 against Ohio State, I don't know if people are going to respect anything they do until November 15th against Georgia, which is the 10th game of the year.
I would agree.
Like that's the national.
Even going on the road to Florida. I agree with you.
You're right. Texas could be 9-1 going into that. I guess that would be game 10. So they could be 8-1 going into that game against Georgia, and they could have a 3-touchdown road win against Florida, a 3-touchdown win against OU. I mean, they could be blowing everybody out on their schedule. But they're 2 like real opportunities, and obviously the playoff matters more, but they're 2 big regular season opportunities to prove that like Sark can win the big one against the great teams. It's week 1 against Ohio State, and it's the game against Athens on November 15th.
Yeah, that's why, if somebody tells you, oh, don't worry about this game, it's no big deal. We'll catch back up. No. In this conference, it's hard to catch up. We see what happens in this conference. I mean, it's not easy. This game means a lot in a lot of ways.
Right. Well, it helps get you into the playoff. You could lose and still make it, but you win this game, then you're feeling really good about your team's chances to get back.
Yeah, because you can win this game and then cruise and then lose somewhere down the line. And now you can be okay.
Well, you get 2 mulligans. You don't want to use one of them in week 1.
No.
Right? Like if you're playing in a charity golf tournament, you get a mulligan. You don't want to use it after your first drive.
That's right.
Now you want to save that and keep it in the bank for another game. And obviously, if you're Texas, you want to win them all. It goes without saying, but you don't want to slip up in your first game of the year because that.
If you Texas cheaters are listening, no, you're not getting a mulligan at hole number 9, or 8, because you screwed up on your first shot. You better take it at the first tee box.
The breakfast ball. You're a believer in the breakfast ball.
Oh, we used to hit them till you liked them. We had a rule where you hit it till you liked it, or everybody would play one ball, and you would go, if you hit somebody's house, you'd go to the worst ball in the fairway, just one ball by each guy. But then if your ball got, if you hit a car or something, you got to go to the worst ball that was in the fairway. That used to be an okay rule, but now we just hit 2 off the first tee. And now you're on your own. You're not hitting anybody else's ball because some guy was going to stripe one down the middle and 3 guys are going to knock it into somebody's backyard and say, let's just go up there to that one.
Yeah, well, if you do the other bit where you just hit until you hit a good one, you'll have guys like, well, that one was pretty good, but I know I can hit it 10 yards further, so I'm going to play it.
Yeah, that was back in the John Malkovich days. Hit it till you like it. That's what I'm like. That's great.
I'd be staying on that first tee forever because I don't think I've liked a single shot that I've hit in my life. Oh, man. All right. So there you go. Good stuff. A little bit of sound from Steve Sarkeesian. We'll have more on tomorrow's show, but I want to get into Big Ten Media Days and also this viral Coldplay concert video that I think everybody has seen. I'm curious if
I've seen it.
Whoa. All right.
Yes,
We still need your thoughts. We'll get those in a second. But before we shift gears here, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Hello to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger Company, of course. They've got 25 locations in the state of Texas, born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. And folks, they've got the best burgers. Double burger. How about, I had one yesterday, double with cheese, onions, no pickles. Hey, if you want to pickle me, put it on the side. Don't stick it in my burger and tell me you didn't do it, okay? Just give me some mustard, some ketchup, and those great fries that they have at Hat Creek Burger, and, of course, the great milkshakes that they have there. They do a fantastic job. Great service, great meat at Hat Creek Burger. And for those that are interested in breakfast, there are locations in your area that serve breakfast, and they have sausage, pancakes, tacos. So Hat Creek Burger does it all, folks.
Yes, indeed. Love Hat Creek Burger Company. Also love the Hecht Law Firm. If you've been hurt in a car accident, if you get injured on the job, if a dog bit you, any sort of personal injury, reach out to my man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, and let him take care of you. He is the go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. He's been fighting for justice and big results for Central Texans for a decade now. He's a good friend of mine, a buddy from college, and he is the best at what he does. And what separates the Hecht Law Firm from the big wigs that you see on TV? Well, when you call Hecht Law Firm, you're going to get to work with Ryan Hurricane Hecht. If you call those TV lawyers standing on cars and getting in and out of Rolls Royces, that's what they're doing with your money after all, you're not going to get to work with them. They're going to pawn you off on some kid fresh out of law school who has no idea what he or she is doing. Hecht is a friend of the show and a fighter for the people. Let him flood your wallets with cash. Find him online at hechtlawfirm.com, or you can reach out to him today. 512-938-8929. It's 512-938-8929 for Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
Sweet.
Shout out to Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. 3 dealerships, 7 brands, 42 acres of vehicles. You don't have to drive all around the city. Hell, you could spend a whole day just walking around the Covert lot. There's so many cars there. Go see them, or you could shop their giant inventory online at covertbeecave.com. They've got the best people. Shout out to Dan and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Cameron and Ron. These guys are all our friends. They treat us like family. They will do the same for you. Just go out and see them. And what do they say about those covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Covert Bee Cave and covertbeecave.com. All
By the
right,
way,
Buck.
Mike G, it's not happening.
Yeah.
Georgia's getting beat by Texas.
Oh, putting in the early call.
Yeah, Georgia's going to get beat. They're going to get beat at home. They may even lose at home before then.
So you're not high on the
I'm not high on the dogs.
What do you think they're going to do this year? Like, you think they're going to miss the playoff?
I don't know. They may be in the same boat as Bama. If Bama gets them this year, they may be in that Bama boat coming up where they have these games these silly games where they're supposed to win that they lose, and if they can't catch the football, if they got a guy who can actually throw, but they can't catch again, that's not going to work this year.
No. Well, they went out and got 2 really good transfers from the portal, guys who have already proven that they can catch the football. So that shouldn't be as much of an issue as it was last year. I mean, that was insane. You and I guess you played wide receiver. So comparing me to you is not fair to you at all. But like, I could have gone out there and caught more passes than those Georgia receivers. I wouldn't have.
Yeah, that was embarrassing for their program last year, I thought.
Terrible. That'd be embarrassing if that was happening at like Baylor. Dude, like that's unacceptable.
Maybe not Baylor.
No, that's unacceptable at Baylor. That's unacceptable at Houston.
Wow.
That's unacceptable at anywhere. Sure as hell isn't.
Definitely unacceptable at Texas State. We don't do that.
No, oh yeah. Oh, now you're a Texas State guy. I guess all the maroon colleges in Texas, are a fan of.
Oh no.
The Aggies. Now you've got the Bobcats as well. Anybody else? What is Texas Southern? Are they maroon? Is that shade of red?
I think they got some maroon in there.
Now they've got a darkish red. I don't know if it's technically maroon or something else, but
I call all that stuff. I call that all maroon. It's anything reddish like that. I know.
I'm a TSU guy. I'm a Texas Southern guy too. They got the same initials as us. Or
no, I don't see Georgia being that Georgia that we've seen. I know, but I still have faith that I think their quarterback's going to be pretty good. I think he's going to be okay. It's not going to be that dude. I just don't think BK. I don't feel like they're going to have the kind of defense Kirby's used to seeing. I think there's enough teams in the SEC, even with the new quarterbacks, that have some offense. So Mike Shula's calling the offense for South Carolina. He's their offensive coordinator.
Hold on. What a total 180.
I know I jumped. I'm looking at some of these coordinators and some of these offenses in college football and in the SEC, but I thought I saw a deal with Shula. Is he the OC there?
Mike Shula, yeah, I think at South Carolina. That sounds right.
I didn't know that guy was even still coaching somewhere. I thought he'd be in the NFL somewhere.
Maybe they didn't want him anymore. That his nepotism run ran out, I guess.
Oh, did it? It finally ran out?
I don't know. Yeah, first year. He was an assistant at South Carolina last year, just senior offensive assistant. And this year, he is their offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach.
That nepotism still must be there. Just 1 year as the senior assistant. Now he's that guy, huh?
Well, that's a good gig for him because he gets to work with Lenore Sellers, who was first team all SEC. So, look, if Sellers has a bad year, then everyone's going to blame Shula for it. But
there you go.
I don't know. Shula's in his 60s right now. He just turned 60. So I don't know if anyone wants to hire that guy as a head coach. I was thinking, if he has a couple of great years, maybe he'll get a head coaching gig. I don't think a power program is going to give Shula a chance, especially after his Bama stint.
I got to coach his brother at Dartmouth. He was a wide receiver. David Shula. When I was a graduate assistant, I coached his brother at Dartmouth.
You coached Mike's brother?
Yeah, David Shula.
Interesting. Okay. I didn't know there was a David Shula. Didn't know that guy existed. It's pretty tough when your dad is who he is and you're that irrelevant. Way to go, guy.
Yeah, he was a little short guy.
Yeah.
Not round shouldered, just little.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
There it is.
I don't know. Well, he was around my height.
Okay. Well, the same drop applies.
No.
Yes. What do you mean no? Yes.
5'9", man. 5'9" and 3/4.
You're
And I'm
around
not
way
shrinking.
up.
I'm standing up tall.
Hey, this ain't a Tinder profile. You don't have to lie about your height, dude. We're not at the NFL Combine, Kyler Murray. Just you don't have to tell us the truth. It's okay. We still love you. It's all
Yes,
right.
CB, and I'm taller than Charlie. My chin can sit on the top of Charlie's head.
This is you walking into DKR for a game.
That's me walking into the Super Bowl, Superman movie.
Yeah. Did you go see that?
No, I didn't see it. Somebody's telling me that freaking Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen are having to beat up villains for Superman. How's that possible?
Oh, they've gone woke, apparently. I haven't seen it, and
Really?
I'm relying on the internet, which is a very dangerous thing for me.
You mean Superman can't be super? He's got to be something.
He's got to have a woman. He has to have a woman and an emotional support pet to get him through the day.
Now he's got a freaking dog. Who cares about that dog?
You need to be.
It's not even like a pit bull. It's like a little terrier or whatever the hell it is. That dog's not going to do anything.
Oh, well. It's the beauty
Except
of
for lick his face. That's about it.
He can lick these nuts. All right. Few minutes left. You know what? Look, we'll save the Big Ten preseason poll for tomorrow.
Give me the story.
Media Day start today. It'll be going on the next 3 days. So we'll talk about some of the big storylines. We obviously won't dive into the Big Ten as much as we did the SEC, but it's the second best conference in the sport. Texas obviously opens up against a Big Ten team, and if the Horns want to win a championship, they might have to go through a couple of Big Ten teams in the playoff. So,
and we'll get the word from Howard Griffith. We'll get Griff to talk to us about that. He's on a mission now, seeing all those teams anyway.
Nice, yeah, it's a good idea. We'll talk to Griff of the Big Ten Network at some point before the season starts. Probably the week of the Ohio State game too. To get his thought on the Buckeyes, and we'll get you set up for week 1. But I'm a little surprised. You just told us that you have heard about and seen the Coldplay concert incident.
Don't be fondling your subordinates. You can't be. That'd be like you putting your arms around me. You can't be fondling me, or where people can see it on jumbotrons. What is wrong with that guy? What a dope. He's a dope. She's a dope too, but he's the bigger dope.
All right, don't be telling people your dreams of me fondling you, please. Keep that to yourself. I don't want to hear those either.
No,
my first question. Jesus is the only one who's going to fondle you?
He's the only one who got a chance to cuddle me when I had pneumonia in a dream. That seemed very real.
So your wife doesn't get to fondle you at all?
Oh yeah, every once in a while. When I give the word.
Okay. Oh, you're in charge of that, huh?
Yes.
She decides if you get to use the oven or the dishwasher, but you decide if she gets to use your handle, huh?
Now you're talking.
That's funny. All right. How did you see this? Who showed you this? I'm curious
I saw it on the
news.
news. I mean, I watch golf, so if you watch golf, it's going to pop up eventually on some breaking news. And it came on one of those breaking news deals. I'm like, what happened? Did the Coldplay guy get shot at or something? He's playing. The next thing you know, I see some old white dude grab some woman around her waist and stuff, and just kind of like, really?
So here it is. Again, I think everyone has seen this. I was worried the Buck hadn't, but now I feel like everybody in the world has seen this clip. This viral video that comes from a Coldplay concert on July 16th, so last week, at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough. Are you a Coldplay fan, first of all, Buck?
Not really, no. I'm a Creed guy. Remember, I'm not a Coldplay. I'm Creed.
I feel like that's the first you've ever said that.
Yes, I'm a Creed guy. I like the guy's voice, Creed.
I like that. Scott Stapp. You're a fan of Scott Stapp?
Yeah.
Nice. So this, here's the incident. 2 people shown on the big screen at Gillette Stadium. They're doing like a kiss cam. They're panning to a bunch of couples in the audience. This is pretty standard stuff at an arena or a stadium. And, well, this is what happened. Chris Martin, the lead singer of Coldplay, Rangers pitcher as well, he joked that they're either having an affair or that they're very shy. And it turns out it was door number 1.
Yeah.
This became a huge story because the man is astronomer CEO Andy Byron. He's got an estimated net worth of $20 to $70 million, and he's married, at least for now.
Well, he had a net worth.
Yeah, whatever. Cut that in half, and that's his current net worth. The woman is the HR officer, the chief HR officer for the company, Kristen Cabot. I guess the good news for her is she's not married. She's recently divorced. I think a couple years ago divorced.
But she knows he's married.
You start to wonder why. But yeah, she knows he's married and she's the HR lady. In your job as the HR person to like tell people to not bang the boss, you can't be banging the boss if you're the HR lead.
That's why I'm like, why are you ducking out of this? You're banging this dude. Yeah, what do you think you've been hiding? You banging this dude? Now you're gonna hide?
Well, yeah, she knows. I mean, look, the girl, I guess you can't see it in this clip, maybe on the far left. Yeah, there it is. You can see the girl next to them, like her face is as red as a rose. She's like got that weird, awkward smile. So my guess is she also works at the company. And
she knows those two. Yeah, she knows they've been
like, oh, the boss and the HR woman are sleeping together. And she's like, oh shit. And obviously the couple itself, I mean, this became a national story. Look, maybe they're big enough in the Boston area to where the guy's wife would have found out about this regardless.
Or she already knows anyway.
Now the whole world knows about it because of the way they reacted. Like, you can't react like that.
No.
You're trying to hide something.
No, dude, you got to go. You just got to keep going with the play. It's like me being down when the girl kissed me on the mouth there at the Bob Marley deal. No, who was it? With the Feelings dancing on the ceiling when I was down there. He was Lionel Richie at the Lionel Richie concert. Like just two old birds, you just go with the flow. You can't hide from that.
You were on
now
camera?
When the girl especially the girl that's right beside you knows you've been banging this dude, and now you're hiding.
Yeah, I mean that's like the worst possible way you could react. You obviously don't want to be put on the jumbotron, which maybe don't be doing that during a kiss cam type of segment. Don't be like grinding on the person you're with, because the camera guy is going to be like, well, they're clearly a couple, so we're going to show them, and you got to be a little bit more coy than that.
And you got to have your hands on her. You can have your hands on her hips, but you can't have his hands are up near her boobs.
Yeah, no,
that's way too close.
And he's right up on her. There is no space for Jesus, Moses, Allah, whoever you.
That's way past the friend zone right there, and everybody knows it.
The guy in the back, the people in the background are pumped that they're in this.
I love the lead singer. The lead singer calling them out too. That's even better.
By the way, some fallout from this. On Sunday, Byron stepped down as the CEO of the company, and she is also on leave. I don't know what the plan is for her moving forward.
The plan is she's going to get her buyout and be out of there too.
Andy Byron, his wife removed the Byron part of her name from her Facebook profile, and then she's deleted her profile altogether because of the backlash. So
yeah, he used to have 70 million. He's got 35 now.
35 right now. Congratulations, dumbass.
I mean, really, that's what you want to do. You're going to give up your coin. I'm looking at that lady. I'm going, you're giving it up for that? Right. You're 70 million? Huh?
It's the workplace. This happens at the workplace, right? These type of affairs and relationships happen because it's convenient.
I have not done that with Wags. I have not fondled Wags at a concert yet.
Well, you're not gay, so that might be a part of it. But you haven't done that with any woman employee either? It's good.
No,
it's not that it's not that hard to keep it in your pants, but for some people it is. And again, it's like the student teacher thing in schools. It's like it's convenient for the teacher, so they do it.
I know this. If I had 70 million, that's not the person I'm going to be fondling.
No, you're right. I would hire a hotter HR lady.
There you go.
If I'm trying to sleep with the HR lady, she's not bad looking, but like. You're right. It's $70 million.
I'm not having my 35 million go down the drain for her. Plus, his wife already knows what he's been doing.
I don't know. I mean, the way she removed her last name from her Facebook page right after it happened makes you think that she didn't know, and she's just pissed.
She had an inkling that he didn't tell her, but nobody had to tell her anymore.
Hey, I'm going to the Coldplay concert with my coworkers. We got a box. We're going. We'll see you later. And it's all right, whatever. He's going. His wife probably is friends with this woman or was friends with this woman.
Oh,
and now it's Not anymore. We'll bring
You
on
know
the
what?
boys.
How
Here.
about just don't do that, dude?
Yeah, I mean that's
Don't be a shitbag.
Team
maybe
building.
don't-
That's
maybe
team
don't-
building.
Team building.
That's team building.
That's exactly what it is. It's team
Yeah, a
building.
little
No.
team bonding experience, right? How are you going to really know your coworkers if you don't sleep with them?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Wags, if you got $70 million, you're not going to make that mistake, are you?
Hell no, man. I'm
no,
one.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Like, first off, these people don't understand. You don't shit where you eat, right?
Well,
Yep.
I mean, you can shit where you eat if you never go out of the house.
Or
I
if you
mean-
never eat.
If you never eat.
You gotta get to know your teammates inside and out.
Yeah, inside and never outside
Inside.
any building.
Inside and out. Often. Yeah.
That's
what's
disgusting.
happening.
But
Yeah.
I'm glad you're back, Double R. I'm glad you're back.
Hey, look, I met my wife
That's
at
great.
work. I met my current wife at work, but we were both available. So
There you
it's
go.
kind of a different thing there. So
This would always be in the back of my mind too. The way you meet somebody is how they're like. Aren't they going to meet the next person the same way too? Like if you start off a relationship with an affair or as an affair, will that not just always be in the back of your mind? Like, hey,
Yes, it will. Yes, it would
Did
be,
she
Wags.
run around on me? Like,
Yes, it
if
would.
I'm the
Yeah.
other guy, like, is there other guys out there? Like,
You
fuck,
stay-
I'm not gonna be like that. No way. Like,
you stay kind of uncomfortable. It's like, okay, what's really going on here? It's like I'm having girls' night. Okay, is she really? Or I'm having
right,
boys'
yeah,
night.
like
Is
I
she
don't
really?
have time for that, Double R. Like, I'm not entertaining that thought. Like, nah.
Yeah.
I'd rather be at
You-
peace, rather be happy, and
You
that
guys, you
ain't-
guys You guys are too paranoid. Like I'm best friends with my girlfriend's other boyfriend. Like I don't know why you guys worry about that stuff so much.
Well,
you guys, Eiffel Tower. You guys friends of the French culture with the Eiffel Tower and everything?
Look,
I don't
you know,
know.
No. Screw
I'm
the
leaving
French.
that. I'm leaving that. I'm
I
leaving
just
that
know
off.
in relationships like that, things happen and nobody's perfect, but you can't. I mean, you just can't be in the public eye. You can't do that, BK. That's just
I mean,
that's not. It's more so than it's wrong. It's just dumb. It's just
dumb.
that's
it's
my
just
point.
dumb.
Yeah,
Stupid.
be smarter. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and for one thing, I had to post on X while I was gone because I saw something about astronomer, and I thought an astronomer had gotten caught doing. What is astronomer? I don't know what that is.
That's
It
the name of
was
the
the
company, isn't
brand of the Joker, but
Oh, is that important?
I honestly don't know anything about this company. I know these two people worked for them and now they don't. So
Damn it,
that's all I
man.
got. I'm a big fan though. This is good. And it's good drama. It's good gossip. It's good content for the show.
Story,
So
the
I am.
story found me, BK. I wasn't out
Yeah.
looking for it. It jumped on breaking news. I'm like, this is breaking news? What kind
This
of
woman's
breaking
got
news
a-
is this?
He's got a stronger jawline than any of us.
Yeah, he does. Look at that.
so it's I don't know.
is that the girl he was with?
Yeah, it's the girl.
That's
What happened?
I know, right? Like the picture has elevated her from like a 6 to a
Oh.
8.5. She kind of almost looks like Sarah Marshall.
You think this girl on the right is an 8.5?
No, that girl.
That right there, that's she kind of to me, she looks like the girl from Saving Sarah Marshall in that picture.
She's not
Good.
worth 35 million. She's not
Maybe
worth
great
35
makeup,
million.
good lighting, possibly good lighting. I don't
No,
know,
that-
but yeah, I'm with you, Buck. Not worth.
No,
worth
not
your
splitting,
fam-
not
worth
splitting
your-
half.
Nothing's worth your family.
Splitting half of my
Nothing is worth
cash.
your
No.
That looks like she's been shot at and missed and shit at and hit in that one picture.
For the best. Maybe my goggles are off there.
Here's
Lee
what I do,
Castle.
Wags. Here's
My bad.
I'll give her 2.3 million to go away, but I'm not sharing 35 for that. For that
Well,
action, no.
I hope that the soon-to-be ex-wife turns into like Bezos' ex-wife that like has all that money and she just gives it to people that really need it. I mean, you see that lady, Mackenzie?
Oh my God!
or whatever.
How about the money that
Yeah.
she got and how crazy she went? I mean, I love the way she was helping people, but she wasn't just helping them; she was throwing it all out there.
Big time, big
What
time.
I have questions about what happened to Buck. Buck's
Oh, I
gone.
don't know.
I have questions
like-
about the.
We didn't
There
like
he
his
is.
idea.
I have questions about the lady that was next to them. Like
Oh,
she's
she
the
knew,
most
she
intriguing.
knew all the time.
She's in on it.
She's the most intriguing piece, right? Like, no,
By the way,
not that one. The one,
That's-
like the one
I know.
that's
Yeah,
one that's
no,
been-
she clearly, like, to me, she clearly works for the company. I'm sure somebody has
She's
already done
probably
the
the
research
assistant.
on this.
She's
Yeah,
the
she's like
assistant to
assistant
the.
HR lady or just somebody there who knew about the affair and is like, oh shit, they're going
She's
down.
the wingman. Yeah,
or,
she's the
or
wingman.
she's just like, thank God I don't have to keep this a secret anymore.
No,
Like,
that's right. That's it,
like,
Wag. You
there's
did
a
it right
huge
there.
sigh of relief.
Yeah.
No. That other girl's like, I'm about to be the chief people person because this bitch
Yes.
is out.
I just became the new HR.
There's
So
the
that's
the
the
wife,
wife.
by the way. This is Andy Byron's wife on the left. So he cheated on her for the mistress, alleged mistress. Can we take the word alleged out? We all know what was
Yeah.
going
Oh,
on.
yeah.
Everybody, yeah.
Wow.
This
And
is
everybody,
the
hey, by the way, everybody in the building knows what was going on.
God.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
man.
they wouldn't have known if they didn't act like that. Like the whole
I
thing is
know.
dumb. For them to be
have to
doing
stand
this is
there.
dumb. For
But
them
you
to be
know
in
what?
public is dumber. But for them to act like that when they get put on the jumbotron is the dumbest.
Gents,
Yeah.
that is the power of guilt right
I
there.
thought you were going to say the power of.
No, guilt.
The
That
poo,
is,
the
that is
poo.
guilt right there, man. Guilt is what made them react like that.
Oh yeah, it did.
Yeah, he should have
So,
just went when they flashed him up. He should have. He had her like that. He should have just went. Like he was
You're right.
dancing.
You're
or something.
absolutely right. There, Rodney knows. Hey, there's a man with some experience right
I've
there.
done it, man.
He knows how to play.
None
it
of
off.
you guys know because you've never cheated on your wives and have been in that situation. So
He shouldn't be
just
doing
a little
that
side
anyway.
to side dance. It's no
Yeah.
big deal. Yeah.
Tom
You're like,
Willis from the Jeffersons.
If you're
Yeah,
gonna
you
be-
got a whole bunch of
hey,
options there.
If you're going to be doing that, you got to have everything all thought out just in case something happens at that time, at any time.
this is a good question. Have any of you guys ever had a work wife?
Dude, I work with nothing but
Oh, yeah.
dudes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was going to say
Oh,
his
yeah.
name is
Well,
Mario.
I mean, we do got a few Carl Anthony Towns on our
yeah, it's.
squad here. So hey, girl.
I've kind of
I know.
learned because in my life, most of my friends have been women, and I've kind of learned here as we get older. That's one reason I stay inside all the time because it's like I'm just safer here. I won't do stupid shit. I mean, not that I should be doing it anyway, but like what you said, BK, all my coworkers are dudes in whatever job I have. I mean, the other. I mean, all my fellow pimps, we're all dudes, so
My fellow fans. Yeah, but of course, and there's a lot of office romance. People have romances in their office. You just got to know when to say, you know what, can't do that. That can't be done.
You can't bang the head of HR. More importantly,
No,
head of HR.
no.
You can't.
Thank you, thank you, BK.
any
You're right.
part of any part
There's
of her,
certain limits.
any part
and
of her.
HR banging the HR lady, you can't do.
Oh, no. All right. Well, I'm just
You can,
happy
hey,
you
you
would
can,
see.
hey, you can bang the engineer
Well,
or a co-host, but you can't bang the
Dave-
HR. HR is
Dave?
gonna,
You can
That's
bang
what
a
gets you in
Dave
trouble.
Williams type.
Dave
Is that what
Williams?
you're talking about?
I ain't banging Dave Williams. That grumpy
No.
bastard. Ain't no way.
I always thought of Ann Hudson as, damn, boy, oh boy, I know I'm old, but boy, is she pretty.
She sure
I
is.
got to think of some like work
that's-
wives. that I've
There you
worked-
go. All right, I'm out of here before I get
We
Yeah,
in
don't
trouble.
have any
good
here.
thing to leave on. Yeah, I think some DJ's hot and she's married and I'm married too, but now everybody
No, but I
knows.
mean, have we ever? I don't even think we've been around. That's just it.
sales
Like
people.
even
Our
like,
sales
were
team
there-
was all women.
Well, we
Rita
used to-
was the craziest thing that, in the only woman that was in the building, wasn't she?
Well,
Rita
Sales. What about
we-
the whole sales team was women?
we used
Wag?
to. So on Saturdays, we used to get to go in after Stacy and Jill. So we
You
were
did, you did, I didn't. But
we did.
he-
I
he
followed
says
right
the-
behind
he
him.
says the
as close
sales
as
team.
possible.
I was shoved in a corner. I wasn't allowed to associate with anybody
I like
outside
some
of
of the
outside
sales
of the
ladies.
control room. Like there's just
Hey,
like, here's that crazy Marine. Let's stick him in the corner. Nobody talk to him. Offer him some milk and some candy every now and then, and he'll be quiet. Oh,
You
you need your
followed-
car pushed up the hill? Go ask that guy. But put him back in the cage.
You
as soon as
followed
he's
Beef
done.
Stick, didn't you? You were always around Beef Stick or Beef Steak or what was that guy's name that came
Who?
on after you?
Who?
Beef Tip or what was his name?
The guy that lied about his life?
Oh, I don't know about that part.
No,
All right,
Cliff.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving
Phil,
before
what was
I'll
the
get-
fictitious name that he used? Phil what? Phil Goodbody? What?
Cliff Cliff Crable was the guy.
Yeah, but what was
the
the football guy that he tried to use? Like he tried to copy some dude from Penn College. He tried. That was like the first thing. The first thing that tipped me off was he said that he was in the army or whatever. Said, "Hey, what unit were you with?" He walked away. He couldn't tell me. He couldn't even answer that question. He walked straight away, and I was just like, "That's effing odd." Usually, you talk about
we're speaking a foreign language to everybody but ourselves right
Yeah,
now.
right for sure. But everybody that doesn't know,
we'll tell that whole story at some point because
that has to be told. That is.
One of the best horn
biggest
stories
time in a long time that we all saw coming, but nobody wanted to admit it because they needed money. That's
why that place doesn't exist anymore. Things like
boom,
that.
my guy, boom, and that's why you exist, dude.
That's why you exist. We
Right on,
exist.
boy.
See y'all tomorrow.
We are on one today, buddy. We are on one. Today.
Here we are. What a way to get back in the saddle again.
Welcome back to me. I had to go get your ass from Mexico again because you love America so much. That's why you left Mexico to come back to this place, right?
I got to tell you, Wags, it was everything getting back here. Everything was so smooth until I got back here.
I can
and
tell
that's
they
where
put
it's
you
like
out in the sun a lot, man. Were you working in the yard? Were you doing
dude? I go rolling up.
Stuff?
I go to the all-inclusive resort. I go rolling up there. I come walking up. I'm supposed to be a guest, and they hand me a lawnmower. I'm
and
like,
bags? Did they give you the bags and the lawnmower? No.
They're like, your section is over there, puto. Go get to work.
Donde aquí?
Over there. There.
Wait, Donde aquí means where are you? Or come here?
Yeah. They said, you go over there, and then in the afternoon, go clean the shitter. So, yeah.
Jesus, man. Boy, it's great to have you back. How was your trip?
Oh, man, we had a blast.
Tell us about Mexico, man. I've never been. They won't let the gringo in there. If the gringo goes in there, man, it might all get burned out.
I got to tell you guys, this is one of those things. And again, I think this is with age.
Milkman, yeah, Hunter pulls it through.
Milkman.
You're still the milkman.
I'll put that on tomorrow. I didn't want to wear that in Mexico because if I'm wearing a shirt with 3 white girls on there, calaboose. Going to the calaboose. I'll wear that tomorrow. But dude, I'm here to tell you, and I know people when you go somewhere and you want to be on vacation, you want to go sightsee and you want to do all this.
Where did you go again? I'm sorry.
We went to Cancun.
Okay.
We went to Cancun.
I kept thinking Cozumel for some reason.
All-inclusive resort. All-inclusive resort. If you need a referral code and want to join Fiesta Americana,
here he goes. Look at this.
Hit me up. Did some wheeling and dealing while we were down there.
You're a slut.
I'm like that lady right there that we were just watching. But yeah, seriously, you go to the all-inclusive Wags. They had this buffet. They had this buffet.
Jimmy Buffett was there?
And the buffet is all day, dude. It's like it goes from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. And they just
hold on. So it was like a cruise, like it would be in a cruise.
I've never been on a boat cruise. I don't know.
Like there's food served. You work so hard to lose 10 pounds to put 20 on. It's
all day, and they just cycle it around, and the food is so good. And it's like you can have at any point. You can have at one point.
You can't drink the water and shit, right?
No, they give you good water. They tell you, and they have water receptacles and all that for you to fill up your water and all that. But seriously, Wags, this buffet, it was like I looked down one day, like the first day I'm there, we're having lunch, and I had mashed potatoes, Italian pasta, just all these different things on there.
Well,
it's
like Italian pasta salad. Like what are you talking about? Like it's not all
noodles,
pasta. Italian
noodles. It was like fettuccine or some shit like that. But mashed potatoes. I mean, it's just random shit. And they have restaurants you can go to, but it's just nonstop eating. And again, that's all included. The booze are all included. I drank so much Dos Equis. They're like, we hope you don't mind. It's Dos Equis. I look up the calories.
All the effing beer is free, or I guess not free. You paid your price already. You paid your price up front, so it's not free.
You just walk up and they're like, "What do you want?" And it can be liquor. It can be like the wife drinks wine. She's drinking wine. They just serve it up. And then you get a lush like me that they realize, okay, this dude likes beer. I mean, I'm drinking the beer, and they're like bringing it to me. I don't even have to go. They just bring it.
That's pretty. I mean, I've never been all. I guess I have been on a cruise, right? If a cruise is all inclusive, then
Yeah,
I kind of have been, right?
Pools. There are 4 pools there. There's a beach. They set us up in a cabana. They put us on a beachside cabana all day Saturday. And I'm
good
just
for I mean, what's like? Is it unbearingly hot that so much to where you almost have to be in the water? Or is there?
It's got.
I've never been again. I've never been to Cancun. I know
the cabana has curtains, so you put the curtains. I'm telling my wife, I'm like, this is actually like the boom boom room right here. You could like close this thing up.
Get some baby making music on, man. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm like, they would never know. They would never know that you're doing that. And they're like, oh yeah, they would. I'm like, oh well, nothing being a little wrong with being a little vocal, but they put us in this cabana right on the beach, dude, all day Saturday. All we did was lay there on our ass, go get in the pool, 4 pools, 2 swim up bars, taco stands, all this shit right there. We left the resort 2 times to do 2 activities. One,
I imagine you don't have to go anywhere, right?
You don't have to go anywhere. You seriously do not have to go. And they have all these different activities. They had a fire show where these dudes and ladies are like twirling fire sticks and all this. They had a Michael Jackson impersonator, which is
did you compete? Did you jump
No,
in there?
no. They have their own guy. But we did 2 activities. We went off the resort. I think the second day we went off, I got to drive a speedboat. And you're following this dude. You're hauling ass in a speedboat.
Oh, right on. I know what you're talking about.
And your only training is they tell you, okay, you push that forward and we're going to be going real fast. You pull it backwards. That's how you go.
You could flip that some
I almost flipped that some bitch a couple of times. The wife shit her pants. But then they take you out in the middle of.
Oh, Tracy went on the boat with you?
Oh yeah, she's riding shotgun. So they take you out in the middle of this thing, and then you go snorkeling out there in some coral reef thing.
Oh, that's pretty. Dude, that's pretty awesome. So wait, do you have open? I didn't know that you had your open water cert. Are you certified for open water, or you're probably with people? So
no, I mean, it's like, seriously, that's the whole thing where it's like, okay, they take you out and they drop you out in the middle of the ocean and they're like, okay, snorkel for 35 minutes. We'll call you when it's over.
Wait, like, Mexico probably doesn't have the same regulations and laws that
for snorkeling. I don't think you do. I don't know about scuba diving. Well, they had scuba diving there too.
And that's what I'm thinking too, like scuba, like open water diving and shit like that. So.
Yeah. And then the only other activity that we did, we went parasailing, which it's like, dude, that was unbelievable. You know, you're sitting up there, you're looking up over, you could see like 3 cities in Mexico.
Yeah, I'm good, man. Like my wife's all about that. My mom loves that shit. Like I'm all right. I'm good on the ground. You know, I'm
not the biggest heights guy, but I think
I've been able to rappel down towers and shit just fine. Like I just believe that we belong on the ground. I would love to be able to fly. We don't have wings for
I'm not a bird. Yeah.
I know that planes have been tested and they're proven to be safe, but I still prefer to be in a car. And there's stats out there that prove that cars are more dangerous or can be more dangerous than planes some years. I don't know. Like I take that variable out of it, buddy. You know what I mean? I'm good with having suspended up in the air out of it. I'm fine with that.
I'm not a roller coaster guy or none of that stuff, but
that's what, right. I'm cool with this stupid shit. Roller coasters.
I don't like that. And which in all my years of car racing and all that, I mean, people are like, oh, you probably love roller coasters. I'm like, I hate them. No, I don't want to be on them. But it's like with the parasailing, what was nice about that, Wags, is so you sit in that thing and it's like a seat in a Ferris wheel, right? Like one of those cartridges, but you're sitting back. So you don't feel like you're falling forward. And this is a weird thing about it, dude.
And also, but you're strapped to a boat, right?
Yeah. You've got the parachute up, but the weird thing about this is so they put us in this cart. They put us in this little cart thing to take us up in the air, way the hell up there. And I'm waiting for like the sissy bar to come up. You know, like when you go the carnival ride, there's no bar
or like a ski slope or whatever.
Something to come up over you. Lift. None of that shit. It's like you just sit in there and they take off. And
you watch any soccer down there?
That's all that was on.
That's all that should be on. I mean, this is usually soccer.
You know what I did watch on Saturday night? I watched Manny Pacquiao.
There you go. Yeah, I did
Pacquiao.
not see the fight, man.
Manny Pacquiao took on Mario Barrios from San Antonio, split decision, and I think they're doing Manny Pacquiao a solid. He's a little slow, kind of got punched in the face a couple of times.
70 years old.
He's 50 something. He's about my age, but he was like getting his face bashed in, and they're like at the end, they're like a split decision. Like split decision? Come on, man. Boxing hasn't changed. Yeah, watch that.
Yeah, no, it's boxing's rigged more than the United States politics.
Yeah,
so.
I did watch some L baseball. They had the Rangers and the Tigers on, I think, on Sunday night. So
I'm trying to think what all you meant. So on the recruiting scene, we nailed Johnson and Atkinson out of Georgia. I don't know if you were here for that.
No, I wasn't. I know.
Okay,
here's what I want to ask you, because when did I leave? I left Wednesday morning. So Tuesday, I saw you tweet out Tuesday evening late as I was going to bed after I had packed my shit, which I forgot half of anyway. I get over there and I forgot everything.
You lived in Mexico?
The good thing is, when you go to a resort and you forget a bunch of shit, they have it there. They'll give it to you. What do you mean
they'll give it to you?
Like I left behind toothpaste. I left behind all these different essentials. And I'm like, oh my God, I forgot. And I told the concierge, and they're like, oh, we'll give you whatever you need. We'll give you all your personal hygiene items. And they
never mind. You left all the stuff at your house and
at
forgot
home.
it. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. So I saw you post after the Major League All-Star, after the All-Star game, after the hit off or whatever they call that you had some thoughts on that. And I wasn't able to check in on Wednesday about tied ball game, and they do the home run thing to I saw that you had some thoughts on that. I wasn't sure.
I can't remember yesterday or 2 hours ago. Like let me think of this. I'm trying to think of what you're referencing and what I'm,
because where the game was. I was hoping that I didn't watch the entire All-Star game. When I was watching it, it was kind of out of hand. And then I woke up the next morning and saw that they had to have this home run derby to
the swing off.
The swing off. Yeah.
So look, there's scuttlebutt around that it's going to start coming, there's going to be challenges that are going to start to come to, Major League Baseball
instead of extra innings.
No, there's still going to be extra innings, but I don't know if this swing off is going to overtake and come into play. I think this is just for a arcade exhibition style of match. I would still assume that they're going to do extra innings. I haven't seen anything about that come into play. I've only heard rumors and seen stuff written that the challenge could be coming down. Now, what this is, Rodney, is apparently you get a certain amount of challenges per game or per inning, and the team, if they don't agree with where the the call at the plate is, if it's outside the box, they can challenge it, go to the jumbotron or go to the replay and see if the AI system actually captured it in the strike zone. So it brought up a conversation. Are umpires needed? Yeah, I still think umpires are absolutely needed, because calls at the plate need to happen too. And then Ty, countered with, well, no, everything, you got VAR in soccer, you know what I mean, that determine, if the ball has gone past, a certain line, or if it's crossed the threshold. So why can't VAR or why can't, camera just, replace umps all in general and just remove the human error? But then you always have the purist argument of, human error belongs in baseball. So it's a game of failure anyways.
Yeah. CB, good call. I did put on a robe, and I posted that on Twitter because they gave us robes, Wags. They gave us robes and they gave us slippers. So my wife had her robe on. I said, I'm going to put on my robe, and I took a picture. And
I do not have a robe. You know what? Maybe the robe might be the most slept on garment in. Well, hell, it's not even in my wardrobe. So maybe I'm gonna look into getting myself a good robe here. Is that the route you're rolling to here? Because you had a good robe and on vacation you're looking for a good robe on Amazon or some shit.
The worst part of wearing.
Hey, hold on. Let's ask Jay. What about Jay? Do they got any good
Sue Patrick robes.
Sue Patrick.
Sue Patrick robe with the
Sue Patrick there on burning. Yeah.
I'll tell you the shitty part about the robe was, so the wife says, okay, if you're going to wear the robe, that's all you wear, just the robe. You don't wear nothing else underneath it. And I'm like, well, Ric Flair wears robe. I said, Ric Flair wears robes. And she's like, but he's a wrestler.
Tony Schiavone, let me tell you something.
So I put the robe on. And after I took that picture that CB saw, I went and sat down. And, I looked down and the robe,
just nuts hanging on the lawn.
The robe. Yeah, the robe split.
Inviting all the squirrels in Cancun to come down and feed on your nuts there, huh?
Yeah, it's like the robe opens up and I look up and there's seagulls everywhere. And I'm like, oh shit, a pelican flying over me.
Oh, God.
But it's like, okay, I don't think I like this too much because, there's my sack sitting on the chair and the other little thing kind of flipping around. I'm like, I don't think I need to do this, but not going to be doing the robe thing. But just not quite the same. But with the and for baseball, and I agree, if you're going, especially in an all-star game that matters not to where
format's great, right? It keeps it vibrant. It keeps it energetic and exciting. It kind of feeds off the home run derby and the skill plays from all weekend long. It belongs in it belongs in an all-star game or in an exhibition setting. I'll say I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that. I wouldn't exactly call myself a purist to the to the T, but I mean, damn, like I do love tradition in baseball. I just do. Yeah. But also I'm a fan of the shift, right? Like I think if you're that good in baseball, you can bunt. There's nothing wrong with a damn bunt. Get your ass down the line, man. Fundamental small ball. Get them on, get them over, get them in. Damn.
That's strategy, man. That is strategy. I mean, that's part of the whole thing right there. But and quite frankly, for baseball needs a little bit of shot. Baseball needs a little something to kind of make it exciting. I mean, to me, that made the MLB All-Star game a hell of a lot more exciting than the NBA All-Star game, or well, I guess we don't have a Pro Bowl anymore. I did see while I was gone over the weekend, they had the WNBA All-Star game, and boy, that just sounded like
pay them what they owe, Rodney. Pay them what they owe. That was the shirt. That was the highlight of the damn night.
I saw this highlight reel.
Lee Castlewood chimes in and says, "No, men have to wear underwear with the robe. Too many opportunities of slippage." Well, those of you guys that don't know, Michael C, aka Lee Castlerock, was his stage / IMDb name. You can look him up on IMDb there. He has a different life in the adult films industry. Lee Castlerock does. So he probably tucks in.
Lee Castlerock does?
Lee Castlerock does. So he has
Get out of here. Are you serious?
He probably tucks it in a sock, honestly. If that's he's thinking about slippage because he usually has his own little thing to tie off.
I ain't got that problem, dude.
I ain't got that problem.
Wags. It's the same reason I don't take a bath. When Mike McCall came and changed our tub out, it was because I'm not going to sit in that tub in water and look down and see my little thing there just kind of floating around, a little minnow down there. I don't want to be looking at that. I ain't taking no bath.
You gonna chum it? You gonna chum it up?
Maybe.
All right, man. Hey, it's good to have you back. Where you want to go first, though, partner?
Shoot. I don't know. Where else can we go? I'm glad. So with the girl, so you sent me that thing.
There's been some landscape shifting around the NBA. I don't know if you've caught up on that. Dame Lillard's going back home. He's going home like LeBron.
Saw that. He's going back. Yeah, he is going back. I don't know. I still don't know why they let that dude get away. Well, I do. It's all financial.
I think Dame wanted to get away. Then Portland wouldn't build around Dame, and maybe in Dame's. I can't even call this a farewell tour. It's a homecoming. I still think Dame can do it. Injuries slowed him down, and he's been prone, but it just hadn't been working in Milwaukee, man. Maybe he can come back home and try to rekindle and revive, Portland basketball and try and get the Blazers back on fire again, man. But yeah, Portland hasn't been the same since, and quite frankly, neither has Dame. If we're being completely honest with you, I think that match was made in heaven, and hopefully they can kind of restore it, in his return home.
I think we've hit a spot in the NBA. We just watched it, as a matter of fact. We've hit a shift in the NBA to where this is a whole new brand of superstar right now. It's a whole new brand of guys that are into the spotlight. I mean, these guys are kind of becoming secondary, right?
Right. The faces we knew, or the faces that you've been used to for the last tenure or the last decade. They're starting to be replaced with SGA and
Yep.
And the new blood. And I mean, Luka. I mean, I would say that Luka and Joker are the two best in the league in SGA. Which we had a really good discussion. I think actually Hunter brought it up a couple of days ago. Team USA versus the world, and my initial reaction was, "Oh my God, we dominate!" Right? Like,
I don't know about that, dude.
But I know, right? Like my initial pride and like instinct was, oh, we would kill them. The three players I just named off aren't even in the NBA or aren't even in America. They're not even American, and they're the best players in the NBA.
I know.
So,
yeah. And that's where it's like right now, and again, because I can pull this all back to San Antonio all the time. What the Spurs did so well is they would go find those dudes. They would go pluck those dudes, and that's where now the league is really starting to go that route. And that's a weird thing about it. When you think about it, when you think about the NBA, a lot of times we do think about the superstars in the NBA, and when you do isolate them and break them up, if they're going to play for their homeland, those really elite ones are not American, or a fair amount of them are not USA guys. And I hope that happens. I really hope that happens for all. Is that set that's what's going to happen in lieu of the All-Star game, where they do something like the NHL? Because what the NHL did,
I thought that was fantastic. And that's what Jake brought that up too. Like that was Jake's favorite thing. And Jake went as far as saying that there's nothing better than that at the moment. And I agree. I just don't know if that's, I think that's a standalone in my opinion now, right? Like that's not even a natural blend of all-stars. That's the nation's best, right. What I mean? Which is fantastic. And I don't know if the NBA will do that, because I believe like FIBA's already got that covered, right? Like so the NBA already has that. But then again, you can still make the same argument with World Cup in soccer too. So
I'm glad you said that. So I saw it when I came back last night. So what's going on at Q3 or Q2? So this is MLS and
I have no idea. I've been paying attention.
There's an all-star game going on, I think, tomorrow, and like tonight they're having a skills challenge where I think it's 5 from MLS and 5 from Liga MX that are going to do a skills challenge out there. It looks like something that would be totally entertaining for a soccer fan.
Maybe we gotta get soccer sidelines too to catch us up on that, man. Or call Smash, see what Smash is doing to see what's up with that. Also, I did see that Austin is hosting. I believe it was postponed and was supposed to be happening a couple of weeks ago, but that got postponed. Real quick, I wanted to get to the comment by Rob real quick. Lillard and CP3 don't move the needle anymore. They're solid pieces and cogs, but just not centerpieces. No, I kind of agree with that. I'd still like to see what Lillard can do without the leash on him. I feel like there was a little bit of restrictions or a little bit of a leash, or honestly, they're just the continuity, which seems weird to say this. The continuity that he had with CJ McCollum was a lot better than the continuity that he had with Giannis. In fact, I would say that there wasn't even much. They lacked so much continuity and synergy in Milwaukee, and that's why it failed. The experiment, it just didn't click, man. Polarizing pieces instead of, or excuse me, I guess it would be bipolarizing pieces.
So is Giannis?
I'm trying to be scientific, but I can't. I'm getting majestic instead of scientific. Maps. Two brothers that played college basketball. So Giannis is staying, or no? They put them. All of that's on hold, right? It's done. It's done because Lillard's gone.
Okay.
Lillard's back to Portland.
Yeah.
And CP3 is with the Clippers. So
yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, and I think
the Clippers are bringing up everybody, man. We'll watch out for the Clippers. We're going to do an NBA show here in a couple of days. And we'll look at the landscape.
And the whole thing is, I mean, they're all chasing OKC. I mean, that's where it's just so intact. And with the Houston,
I don't know though. Hold on. 20 second here. Let Carlisle and company's going to chime in here. We said the same shit about Boston, right?
Yeah,
they're all chasing Boston. Boston wasn't even in the final.
Well, but Boston lost some pieces.
And again, no Tatum, there's going to be a problem, right?
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just OKC. It's just such a young core, and this is where we go back to that. They seem to have the best possibility of, I'm not even saying dynastic run. Because like after the finals ended, it's like, okay, is this the best chance at a dynasty? I'm like, to me, this is the best chance at a repeat champion. I'm not worried about 3, 4, 5 years down the road. I'm just talking about a repeat champion because we can't get one of those right now. It seems like they're in a good spot for that, but the Rockets are, ready to.
Patrick, this shit is why I turned the comments off. I'm turning the comments back. I was getting ready to turn stuff on to talk to y'all about it, but then y'all put stupid shit in there to make me crack up and lose my train of thought. So I've turned the comments back. Rodney can still see the comments. I cannot. So Rodney, if you see a comment that is worth pulling up, pull it up.
I got them pulled down right now because I want to tell you all. I haven't for since last week.
We got the dumbest community, but all the greatest community. Do you know what I mean by that? Like y'all are honestly family. Y'all are like my damn cousins. Like, I can't take you fuckers anywhere.
My wife and I had this discussion in Mexico because we were talking about, I forget what the conversation was. We were several drinks in and we were talking about, and she's like, hey, remember that time when we went to BK's party and y'all were there and all y'all's friends came up and were talking? That was pretty cool. I'm like,
I remember you wasted.
Well, yeah, that's
I remember you couldn't get out of your or no, that was a different one. Never mind. That was the
different outing.
The dinner I remember you wasted, and then the function or the gathering or whatever. I remember you Captain Glad handing it. Yeah.
Well, it's what I do. I'm one of them guys. I'm a politician. But it's she's like, all of y'all's friends. And I'm like, a lot of those people, that's the first time we met them. And she's like, but they came up and knew y'all. I said, because they're looking at our goofy asses all day for an hour.
Because they're family, man. That's what
right.
I said,
we're family. We hang out every day. Speaking of family, I haven't got to talk about Covert Bee Cave in a week. And I saw all these cool looking cars, kind of different cars while I was traveling. I didn't see anything cool like to have.
See any Tony Montana cars? Did you see any Tony Montana cars down there?
I did.
Chico.
I did. No low riders though.
Again, I gotta get I gotta get a toothpick, Chico.
Despite what people think, in Cancun, Mexico, there are no low riders, but those people do.
No low riders, cabron.
I'm riding my low rider in my carro.
I can't even do a good Latin accent.
Yeah. Well, it's all right. I'll teach you.
No
low riders.
I need to be immersed. I need to go down there. I need to get the hell out of here.
You
and I get the hell out of here. I need to go.
My wife was talking about that she wants to do one of these all-inclusive resort trips with her girlfriends. And I'm like, that's fine. I want to do it with some dudes because I think we would have a great.
Jesus, Jesus, God.
I saw people there that were acting like we were. There was like a bachelor or a wedding party there, Wags. And this girl, I would say she's probably in her mid to late 20s. This girl loved to show her ass off. It's like everywhere walking around, she had a thong on, a thong bikini. She's like standing at the check-in line with kids behind her and her total ass is exposed. And I'm like, girl, what are you doing? I just kept looking over there. I'm telling my wife, I'm like, I can't believe this. And she's like, what do you mean that she's got her ass exposed to all those kids? I'm like, no, her ass. I can't believe it.
Again, father of 2 daughters, Rodney Rodriguez.
Well, with that, Covert Bee Cave, just great people. When we were talking about the whips, I didn't see anything as cool as you'll find at Covert Bee Cave. New or pre-owned cars, trucks, or SUVs. How about some true customer testimonials from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy. I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything. I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
Where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also, I have to tell you about our man, new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, one phone call to make, and that phone number is 512-938-8929. It is Hurricane Hecht. That's our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Austin. Thought about that for a moment when I was up there parasailing. I'm like, man, if this parachute fails, I'm going to need to call Hurricane Hecht if I survive. But luckily
I'll bet he could get outside of Austin and get down to Mexico for you.
Shoot, I bet he'd probably roll up out there on his own speedboat. I bet he has all that. I mean, he's not like all these other guys with the 2x4s and Cadillacs, and he's not doing all of that. He doesn't need to do all of that. Although you can check out his TikTok page at Hurricane ESQ. He's got some stuff. I don't think he's going to quite get as outrageous as some of those other folks, but if you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and results for over a decade, and the cool thing is you don't pay unless you win. That's right, no fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Don't deal with the insurance companies. The big insurance companies are going to call you right away when something happens. You file a claim. I've had friends, in the construction industry that happens to them. They're in an accident. Boom, they get that phone call day number 2. Hey, I got a deal for you. Let's do this. Nope. You need somebody to be your advocate. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients. Austin-based, Texas proud, friend of the show, friend of BK, fighter for the people. We talk about him all the time. Ryan's the real deal. Don't let the insurance companies push you around. Again, that phone number, put it in your phone today, 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him that the boys from Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
Absolutely, and we would be remiss if we didn't tell you about the very best business in all of Austin, Texas. It's audiovisual consultations, but let's hear from the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Hey everyone, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area.
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Whether it's watching sports, TV, whatever you want to do, or you're playing video games, man, you can all get it done with audiovisual consultations. Go ahead and give them a call. Those lottery numbers that they just said, 512-255-8678. Hey, have we done a top 5? You missed best sex positions, buddy. So you're probably having some of your best sex positions down there in Cancun anyways. But yeah, you missed that one. Have we done best video games for our top 5 or our favorite video games for top 5?
I think we did video game characters. I think we did, or
video game female. We did favorite female video game characters.
So I've got to know what was the number 1 sex position for you guys?
For me, it was pretty basic. It was cowgirl, right?
Okay. Yeah,
it was very. I mean, I kind of got smacked upside my head after the conversation, after the show. But I mean, I'll just reiterate real quick. The reason why we like cowgirl so much is that we can see each other. Like she can see me, I can see all of her. And it works. It's
I love it. I love that.
It's been fantastic for 20 some years, right? It works, right?
Dude.
Both people are happy at the end of it. Okay.
I am right with you. It is amazing for 20 seconds. 20 or so years.
For 20 seconds. It's literally quote my wife. She goes, why do we do all the other bullshit. You sure it's great, like might be fun for you, but let's just go with
just get it over with.
What we know that both of us are going to reach the finish line too. So let's just go there. So
I mean, only because I'm curious, because I love the guy.
Like Big Lebowski. I know how it's my favorite movie. I know how it's going to end, right?
Yeah.
But I can tell you every line, right? I can tell you every line.
I mean, that would be number one for me too. I mean, it's just look, to kind of be a little selfish. I mean, for a dude, I mean, it's very comfortable. I mean, it's very invigorating, I guess would be the word.
DJ Dog, yep. 943. I wrote it down. When he said it. I quoted. I got it marked on the time. If we want
to love to do it with you dudes, I will tell you.
I want to do it with some dudes. Rodney Rodriguez. That was the line of the day. And he out of context, sure, but he was referring to wanting to go on a trip, right? He wanted to go on a trip, but.
We were leaving Cancun, and the people are trying to sell you stuff. They had some face cream, and this dude walked up and he grabbed me by the arm, and I kind of looked at him kind of weird, because I'm like, okay, why is this dude kind of grabbing on me? He goes, yes, I'm gay. And I looked at him and I'm like, I don't care if you're gay or sad. I don't care what you are. You can be happy, gay, sad, whatever. And he's trying to tell me whatever. I'm like, you don't have to preface anything telling me you're gay. I mean, I'm not going to freak out or anything. Quite frankly, if you're gay, you're probably not interested in me, because I'm not, the most attractive shit in the place. But so to the question.
Hey man, you ain't the sharpest tool in the shed, but you get the job done. Hey, I mean, I've been waiting for you. I've been kind of putting this conversation on the back burner, right? Because honestly, it's going to be the same conversation that we're having in the NFL.
You don't fire me? You about to fire me?
Oh, dude.
Oh, okay.
It's you. You're my favorite third, man.
Oh, okay.
No, man. So look. We've been trying to have this conversation, right? And we're probably gonna have the conversation next week too. Okay. Micah Parsons continues to dominate the NFL. It's by design. We know that Jerry likes, as long as Jerry's in the conversation piece, the Dallas Cowboys are doing what they do best, which is marketing and making money and selling football hats and memorabilia and stuff, right? They're not exactly winning, but they're making money.
Doesn't matter.
And that is winning in the Joneses mindset. So instead of getting ahead of everything, instead of getting ahead of the TJ Watt deal, which now TJ Watt is the highest paid quarterback in NFL with his extension, they now have to either match or get bigger than the Steelers contract that they just issued for TJ Watt, which brings us right back to last year's conversation with CD Lamb and not getting ahead of it with Jamar Chase and allowing them to have the pedestal set. It's like it's the same type of format that Dallas keeps rolling out, expecting winning football, but ultimately they're just getting marketing, right? Now look. And I say that we're going to have the same conversation next week because they're probably not going to wait. They're probably going to keep pushing this until, camps, and to Parsons' credit, he's already reported to camp. So, and that's the type of dude that Parsons is. He's felt like a winner. He seems like a winner, and he sure as hell backs it up, off the field and on the field. Okay. Now, but to me, the thing that just always grinds my gears about Jerry Jones is that he has to be the focal point of the conversation. Yeah. And dominate the conversation, and he does that by making splash money. You could have saved some coin, right? You absolutely could have saved some coin here and probably built up somewhere else, around and definitely built up somewhere else around the defense, right? But you're putting most of your money into three people, right? And that's just not championship football. You have to spread and disperse and get it evenly done. Like, I hate to say this, like the Patriot way.
Yeah.
Right? Ultimately, people are willing to take, less so that the team can have more. If you're putting most of your assets into three things, you're not spread loading all your payload. That's just my take.
And you sat and you waited last year to do these two deals for Dak Prescott and for CD Lamb. You wait so long, and you've already had to restructure both of those deals to try to make something to make something.
And the same shit's going to happen with Parsons, right? They're just this is just headline. This is just marquee headline stuff, right? Just to be, Dallas.
Yeah, and when you get Jerry talking about that he still hasn't had communication with David Malagueta, or you haven't done any of these things, and here's the one thing yesterday where Jerry kind of drops the bomb about leadership is very important. What we really look at in doing these deals is leadership, and look, that dude is the leader of your defense. I mean, he has given you every trait that you need. But then I'm glad you mentioned that, because there was some sound, and this is where Jerry, it's like, Jerry, can you just don't talk? Don't say anything. And that's to your point.
He's at that age, but he's just at that age where he just comes out, messes it up, right? He just, he's going to step on his dick.
Yeah. It's like every now and then, just don't say anything. And he finds a way to take a slight at Micah and finds a way to take a slight at
CeeDee Lamb last year.
This is Jerry yesterday, where he finds a way to correlate two of his 3 stars.
Yeah.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
Commitment, getting hurt doesn't do anything to commitment. That's out there putting your ass on the line for the franchise.
The dude is in camp.
I'm telling you,
without even the contract being signed, the dude is in camp.
Yeah. And you're.
Am I wrong? Hold on. Did I not see? Hold on. I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
He's there. But it's like, if you're Micah,
he reported.
Yeah, he's there. He's totally there. And the whole thing is, and what happens when TJ Watt hears that and retweeted it, or tweeted something about that to the effect of, okay, you want to go put your ass on the line for this?
Yeah.
Tweet something out.
Come on over here, be on the other side of me, or be right behind me. You know what I mean? Let's dominate.
And that's where it's like, okay, this is the way that you're doing business right now. And it's like, come on. And it is. And Jerry's got to sit there and find a way to pull this back to the 1990s and all of these.
It's I don't know if it's that. I think it's just making it about Jerry. Right.
It's totally about that. And, Steven sits up there and, Steven's like
how much is he shooting Steven's foot with all these antics and shit? Like, how much, and I don't know Steven from Paul, right? But I'm like, how much good is Steven actually trying to do? How much of the ship of that yacht, that super yacht that Jerry has, that he's trying to right, and Jerry just keeps steering it wrong? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I do have to give Steven credit in the war room, right? They do make good picks, but then Daddy gets up there with the Johnny Walker Green and just fucks everything up.
And that's why I firmly believe, and it goes back to the point that I talk about all the time, to where Jerry Jones is very happy because they're going to make money. Look, I was just there a while back at AT&T Stadium for soccer, and it wasn't even a USA game. It was a Mexico game that I was there for, and the place is jammed during the day with people going in to take tours. And I sat in the parking lot and I watched people come out with caps and shirts and cups and all this other stuff. He is perfectly happy selling all of that merchandise, making all that money. Look, I said I bought a $15.72 Miller Lite over there because that's all they had. So,
it's an expensive beer. How about don't drink? How about don't drink a beer, man?
And it's
Jesus,
like
$17.
Yeah.
How many ounces? How many?
What? 24, the big one.
Oh, okay.
But still,
that's outrageous.
Yeah, you can buy a 6er of that for $12. I mean, come on. It's
$17.
So $15.72 is what it came out with tax. It's like, okay, this price is with tax. I'm like, I don't give a shit if it's with tax or not. It's too much for a Miller Lite. I mean, come on. But this is where it's like Jerry is. As long as they stay in the current news cycle, everything that I've seen on TV today on some of these sports shows, Wax, lead story, Jerry Jones talks about Micah Parsons. On the X, Jerry Jones talking about Micah Parsons and slams Dak Prescott at the same time. It's like that is what here's all these great stories that are happening right now. Look, man, I am fascinated with the NFC North, everything that's going to be happening there. And I was thinking as I was driving back, or as I was flying back yesterday, it'll be really cool to talk about some of those things. And then I hear Jerry, and I'm like, how do you not talk about Jerry first? Because he's over there flapping his gums, flapping his dentures.
But by design, though, right? Like, he does all this shit. Bad news is good news. As long as Dallas is being talked about, Jerry's winning.
That's it. I mean, it's the machine that doesn't quit. It absolutely does not quit. And then you're shoddy.
I mean, look at it. We just gave Jerry Jones 10 minutes.
Right. For saying dumb shit. And you look at Shoddy up there. Here's these two Jones boys over here going on and on and on, sounding like two, drunk dumbass storks or something, sitting in a nest. And Shoddy's over there like this. What have I gotten myself into? Like he didn't know already.
How much is the tour? How much is the tour of that stadium?
I think that tour is 35 to 40.
Those of you guys that wonder why I asked, Patrick chimes in. Those of you guys that are listening to us on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Patrick chimes in and says, I can't believe people still line up to take the tour of that stadium, which makes me wonder how expensive it is. I'm thinking, what, at least $20, $25 for admission?
I think it's $35 to $45, somewhere in that window. I mean, I'm looking up at the TV right now. It's on one of the ESPNs. There's Micah Parsons.
Sure. Like I said, it's going to be again. Like I wasn't being an asshole. Like that, we're really going to be talking about this piece next week because that's all that the NFL has.
It's not going to get solved. I mean, that's the whole thing. This contract is not going to get solved this week or next week or the week after or before the first game of the season, for that matter. And I will tell you with that tour, because I've done it a couple of different times. So a big part of that tour where you talk about Jerry, has to be about Jerry. They take you to his suite. They're like,
sure.
Oh, by the way, you're walking along. Oh, by the way, let's go in here. This is Jerry Jones' suite.
Did you guys ever see the picture of me in Mac Brown's chair at Mac Brown's office?
No, I didn't see that.
What? I'll pull that up. I'll put that in here for tomorrow. Yes.
The only I did a high school game. I did a high school game at DKR, playoff game several years ago, and we were in Craig Way's booth, and there was a chair that said Craig Way's chair, do not sit, is what it said. I knew Craig at the time. I sat in his chair the whole time.
I can imagine. All right, amigo. Where do you want to go? All right, shit. I guess we're almost out of time. We don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole. Baseball. Did you catch up on any baseball? Did you see your Stros while you were gone?
All I saw was.
It kind of just picked back up.
Kind of following along. Yeah, it's good following. Hey, I do want to mention something else.
What do you want to mention, buddy? What do you want to mention?
This little brand right here in Mexico. Because I took some.
Here he goes.
Texas polos.
Everybody out there, hold on. Rodney has one more thing he's got to be a slut about. What?
No. I just want to say that so many people like it in Mexico. They were like, Texas, and doing the horns up. They probably don't know horns down or any of that over there, but they're like Texas Longhorns #1. I'm like, all right. And the Americans obviously were like, all right, like that polo, So Texas is a viable. Where like when I've wore Dallas Cowboys shit to Mexico in the past, they laugh. They laugh at me.
A snippet from Baker Mayfield and Alex Caruso to where, and you guys know, this is probably sacrilegious, being a graduate from the University of Texas. Yeah, I'm not supposed to like any Sooners. We are not supposed to like any Sooners, right? I like Baker Mayfield. I think Baker Mayfield's fantastic. I would probably be drinking buddies with Baker Mayfield.
You and me both.
Like we had the same type of mindset, and we kind of had the same. We voice ourselves the same way. Like, I talk shit, but I'm going to back it up too. Like, I'm not going to talk it if I can't back it up. Like, that's the thing. And no matter where he goes, Baker wins. He just does, man. And it does burn, but he just does. But he said that he goes, oh, Texas, they asked him like, what fan base that you guys hate? And Baker actually, took some time to think about it. And then Caruso just like off the rip, he's just like, oh, Texas. And Caruso like grew up in Aggie, right? And he's just like, I absolutely hate Texas fans. And then Baker's like, yeah. Texas and Cowboy fans are, you'll find the same type of mindset and same type of personality. And then Caruso chimes back and he's like, well, yeah, it's the same fan base, is it not? Cowboys fans and Longhorn fans. So we're bringing up. I'm sure you saw a lot of Cowboys fans down there in Cancun.
Yeah,
too.
there used to be a bumper sticker about that way back in the day. Look, Mayfield. I mean, Baker wasn't a Sooner for a long time, so we can like him. Just like Sam Landry, the pitcher, the softball pitcher with the glasses, she wasn't a Sooner for long, so I can like her, and I do. I like her a lot. Let's go to Oxnard.
I like her a lot too.
I do like her a lot. Right
What's
there.
up, amigo? How are you doing? Hey, what's going on with Dallas and Jerry, my little Dallas Cowboy insider here?
Hey man, it's another day in the life. It's never a dull day around here.
We're going to be talking about the same story next week, man.
Yeah, it's a fascinating presser yesterday that he gave. Just basically said F you to Trayvon Diggs and basically told Micah Parsons, yeah, we'll get your deal done when we feel like it. So
he did the same thing. He did it on social media last year to CeeDee Lamb, and CeeDee Lamb, put the laughs out there like, you know what I mean? And it almost feels, and I'm going back to it, man. It almost feels like it's by design, so that they're just in the news, that they're talked about, and it's marketing 101, man. As long as you're in the conversation, you're drawing and you're in people's. Oh, I gotta get a Cowboy hat. Oh, I gotta order. That's right, Team Dallas Pride. I gotta order a shirt off of Amazon or off the Cowboy store right now. You know what I mean? That's how it is, dude.
He's a master marketer for sure.
And as long as he's making money, that's the problem that we were talking about, Nick. As long as he's making money, he's winning. That doesn't compute or translate to winning on the field, though, which is a problem.
Exactly.
Nick, I have to ask you, as deep as you are entrenched into, being an insider with the Cowboys, I mentioned a while ago that it just seems like to me that it is his goal to be at the top of the news cycle, which I think that just happens with the Cowboys. Is that something that you think Jerry actually strategery does, or is that something that just happens with the stuff that he says?
I think it's intentional about 75% of the time, and then there's probably a good 25% of the time there where decisions are just made, and that's part of what you've done and the groundwork you've put in to always keep that star in the news. So it could be something that's completely not intentional, or it could be something that's intentional. But I see intentional efforts from that front office multiple times a year for sure.
Wow, it's crazy. I'm reading something on ESPN. I didn't see this yesterday, so is this new? Jerry, quote, contracts are 4 to 5 years. You can get hit by a car. There's a lot to look at over a lot of years that can make a difference.
Yeah, I'll translate because I've done 4 years in the Rosetta Stone of Jerryisms.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
He was basically saying that he's hesitant on signing long-term contracts until the previous contract is done, because you can get hit by a car in the sense of that player can get hurt. So it's happened with him with Dak Prescott. It's happened with Trayvon Diggs. Like Dak Prescott's extension is just now starting, that one that he signed last year, and he's coming off of a major injury. I think if you had told Jerry Jones when they signed that deal, hey, he's going to be coming off of a major hamstring injury going into next year, he probably doesn't do that deal. So that's one. He expressed regret in the Trayvon Diggs deal yesterday. So that's what he's referring to there.
Shit. Will, what's up, dude?
How's it going, fellas?
You guys, both of you guys are in different locations here, man. What's going on? You guys on tour?
No, I'm back in Austin.
That's what you just got a new a
little backdrop
portrait behind you there, huh?
A little panorama.
I like a little end zone view. My God,
not too bad.
I'll take
me
it.
and Jordan both having blank screens behind us for 6 months, I think was enough. So.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I got my little dark hole over here that I'm going to recluse to in just a second. So
yeah, just think about it as a canvas. You can do whatever you want with it.
There you go. There you go.
All right, boys. What's on the agenda? What's on the slate?
We're actually going to open up with some Texas Rangers talk. Dare I say, I think they're a playoff team.
News, huh?
Dare I say, I think they're a playoff team. I think they're starting to put it together. And I feel like I've been saying that for about a month, but it's really starting to translate into wins now. So I'm going to break down some little things that I looked at.
Can you be a little tease and talk a little Oriole baseball too while you're at it?
Nah, they're not making the playoffs.
We're dog shit, man. We're sellers.
I will say
we're in the cellar with the sellers, buddy.
I will say I have been watching The Wire, and I just got to an episode where they're sitting at Camden Yards and having a good time there. Yeah. I just started season 3 last night, so I'm rolling through. Yeah.
So you're Marlowe's about to come in, right?
Yeah. So the name Marlowe is really starting to pop.
Yeah, Marlowe.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, man.
Good
Damn,
stuff,
I might
guys.
go back and watch that now, dude.
It's great. It's been
we
phenomenal.
have a top 5 Rodney, do we have a? Oh, I think we already did that. Top 5 HBO.
I've been waiting to do that one. I thought I brought it up.
Jump in.
Yeah.
Jump in. And
Oh,
also,
I don't think we've done that
Rodney missed the announcement on this, guys. College Football Dynasty League that we're gonna do.
Yeah, that's right.
College Football 26. Of course, Rodney, that means you got to get the this year's edition as well. But if you
You have
guys
a
are up
code?
for that, hit us up on our socials. You guys know where to find us at. I don't want to take any more of y'all's time. Let's hear this Ranger news. Y'all have a good day. Be good.
Later, man.
See you guys.
Go Cowboys.
Welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Nick Harris. That's Will Turboff. Still filling in this week for the vacationing Jordan Scruggs as he sits on a beach somewhere in the middle of Alabama. Apparently, I don't know. That's at least where he was going when I checked in with him last. I don't know what he's up to now. Do you know, Will?
I think so. I think it's what he's doing.
Okay, yeah, probably checking in. Well-deserved vacation for our man Jay Scoops. I want to start with some Ranger stuff, and I don't know how much of a baseball guy you are, Will. But the Rangers, it feels like all year, obviously have had a phenomenal pitching staff, one of the best in the league, and one of the best in Major League Baseball. They have 2 Cy Young candidates, and Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi. And yet these bats have just been awful all season. I mean, it's one of the worst hitting teams in the MLB. However, about a month ago, it was about a month after they had made the hitting coach switch to their new guy, bringing him in, it feels like these bats are starting to roll just a little bit more consistently. You see Corey Seager, he's increased his batting percentage. Adolis Garcia, once he came off of that mental break for about 5-6 games, he's been consistent in getting on base. Marcus Semien has been consistent in getting on base. I know the Rangers are just above 500. They just crept above 500 yesterday with a win over the A's. They're 7.5 back of the Astros in the AL West. They have some work to do in the wild card as well. But I think this is a playoff team. I think they're about to make a push. I think they're on the verge of it. I feel like they've been on the verge of it for about a month. They had 7 losses down the stretch before the MLB All-Star break that they lost after the 8th inning. I believe 5 of those were in extra innings. So if you could just close out games late, those 7 games, they make a much bigger difference into what they're currently looking at 51-50. Instead, they could be 58-42. But nevertheless, I think this Rangers team is on the verge. Do you have any thoughts there, Will? Or are you an Astros guy?
I'm an Astros guy, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Raise the Rangers, but I will say, if there's a year where you want to kind of, not be great for 75% of the season and then kind of sneak your way into the postseason, this is the year to do it in the AL. No one is good in the Central. I mean, other than Detroit, obviously. We'll see what happens in the East with Toronto, and I think Boston is kind of creeping up there now for a playoff spot. But in the AL West, the Mariners, on just when you watch them play, they don't look like a good team. They find a way to win games. They have a guy who's having one of the best catching career, seasons at catcher of all time, or at least in the modern era, and yet they're still barely over 500. So I think the Rangers could find a way to. It's 6 in the postseason now per league, or 7.
Yes. So they have the 3 division winners and the 3 wild card teams.
So we're looking at probably Toronto, the Yankees, Detroit, the Astros, and then it's kind of open.
It's a toss-up for those final couple spots.
Right there, 54 wins, but one of those 4 teams in the AL East is going to break down at some point. Pray to God it's the Yankees, but it probably won't be.
Yeah, exactly. I think back to that the World Series team that the Rangers had a couple of years ago, and they weren't in an exact same spot, but I feel like they were in a similar spot around this time of the year. They were either hot or they were cold, and they were so streaky throughout the year, and then they just got hot at the right time in the postseason, fortunately for them. But I kind of have similar feelings here because they can get so hot at times where I feel like they are right now. And then they can get blistering cold at times too. So the MLB trade deadline is next week. I believe that's next Wednesday, if my math is correct. Maybe next Thursday. It's the 31st, whatever that is. And
31st Thursday, yeah.
I think the Rangers have gone in the span of 2 weeks from being major sellers to potentially being major buyers. And I'm curious to see what that looks like. We've a lot of the beat writers for the Rangers are talking about Adolis Garcia possibly being on the trade block. That will be interesting because if they get rid of Garcia, who could they get in return? Could it be a more consistent bat? It probably makes sense to offload Garcia, but if they're trying to make a playoff push, you might need Garcia. So I am very curious to see what the Rangers do at the trade deadline. It could be very fascinating. Anything you're hoping the Astros do at the deadline, Will?
I'm seeing a little bit of Ozzie Albies stuff, and to be honest, I haven't heard anything about Ozzie Albies in like 3 years. So I couldn't tell you. He's batting .223 this year. But the Astros need another bat bad. They really need another outfielder. I mean, they've had more guys on the IL than any other team in the majors. And prior to kind of the last 2 weeks, we're playing like the best team in baseball for the better part of a month. As that was all going on. And you're talking about a season where you just lost Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, who are both having career years now. And kind of making it through with randoms like Taylor Trammell and some of these guys that are pitching. So, the Astros always find a way to win a division title. And I honestly think without any moves to the deadline, they could. But they'll make a couple moves. They'll go get a pitcher, very likely. A starter is the hope. And then I would hope an outfielder.
As a Rangers fan, I think I was grown up to hate specifically the Angels, the Mariners, because the Astros were always in the NL growing up, and now since they've come into the AL West, I guess it's been like 10 years now. This big high brewed rivalry has come about, but I like the Astros. I might be the only Rangers fan out there that like roots for the Astros whenever they're not playing the Rangers. I like them. I think they have a good way of doing things. They treat their guys well. They cheated that one time, and I do hate on them for that. But and I hate Jose Altuve. But other than that, I don't mind the Astros. I really don't. Like it's fine.
Unfortunately, I can't. The same doesn't go. The 23 ALCS, I can't defend that one with what Adolis did and some of the shit I heard from some buddies. So I'm not gonna let that one down. And the Rangers still. And I just think, I will say, if the Rangers were ever going to win a World Series, I'm glad they got it that year when it was like, no one was that great in the MLB. But
hey, still got the ring though. Still got the ring. It worked out great. We'll transition into some recruiting stuff. Will, you had an article out yesterday on Davon Benjamin. Dropped his list of finalists. Texas is in there.
Top 50 player in the country. Projects that he's ranked that high at 2 different positions. We have him as a safety. A couple of the other sites have him at corner. And he really, I got a couple questions saying, where does he project? Like, it all depends on where he goes. And I think some of these schools don't even know. Like, I do think at Texas, he projects at safety just because of the depth at corner. Like, he is someone that you'll have to play early on. And at safety, it's going to be tough, too, because, the starters from 26 – unless there's a good amount of portal movement, are already kind of set at safety with Jonah Williams and likely Derek Williams. So the spot is there for Davon Benjamin. I'm not sure what the depth looks like at Oregon, but Oregon is the team that has been leading here for a long time. The momentum is still in their favor. The decision is August 2nd, so there's about a week and a half for Texas to kind of put this together. But at this point, Oregon and Washington, and maybe even Michigan seem all ahead of Texas. Michigan has been there for a long time. They're the first team that he saw on an official visit. And he actually named Oregon and Michigan. He said those are the two teams that are standing out. The last time, our friend Blair Angulo caught up with him. Texas is not, at the forefront here. But like I said, we've seen recruitments change, a lot quicker than this one would take. So don't count Texas out yet.
Gotcha. DBs, how many do you think they're trying to get in this class, or how many more? I guess is there one spot, maybe two?
There's a case to be made that if they don't land Devon Benjamin, there's not really pressure to add another one. I think this is a year where you're probably going to see at least two guys from the DB room transfer, just because there's not enough spots and too many players this year. There will be a couple guys that don't play, and then a couple that we'll be able to tell that they won't have a starting spot in 26. So if you want to go heavy, defensive back is not a position where Texas has gone heavy in the portal. But this might kind of be the year. You have two guys in Orthe and Akina who have a ton of connections across the country and don't have a ton of their own guys in the room. If they want to go out and get their own guys in the portal, if you want to go out and get scraps from Arizona, get scraps from Rutgers, or wherever those guys ended up after those schools, I think you could definitely do that. So
whenever I hear about the DB conversation, we may have touched on this a little bit yesterday, but it's one specific name that I don't feel like is brought up a lot in those conversations when we're talking about the future. We talk about the Derek Williams, we'll talk about the the Kobe Blacks. Xavier Filsaime, I feel like, has kind of not been talked about a lot. Is there a reason for that? I
don't think so. I know he was dealing with an injury coming into Texas, I believe. And I think there's been there were issues there coming in. I don't think there have been, since he's been at Texas. But I'm kind of in the same boat with you. I'm a little surprised he didn't see the field at all, if not for a handful of reps this past season. And he hasn't really been mentioned. I mean, if we look at the safety room, I think we're talking about 5 or 6 names ahead of him. And he was, near 5-star prospect, someone that Texas had to flip at the last second. It was a big recruitment in the class of 24. So he's someone that they want to play early on.
Same class as Jelani McDonald. Same class as Jelani McDonald, too, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And it feels like he's completely passing him up, because when Derek Williams went down, we saw a lot of Jelani McDonald, not a lot of Xavier Filsaime.
I believe I've heard Filsaime, I've heard Filsaime. So
Filsaime. When I was covered in recruiting, I was told Filsaime, so I've just stuck with that. It could be different now that he's gotten to an actual phonetic pronunciation at the University of Texas. Overall, I think with the DB class overall going into this class, you mentioned there's not a lot of pressure to get anybody if they don't land Davon Benjamin. I do think overall, though, this secondary is in a really good spot, because we could talk about guys like Xavier Filsaime or Filsaime, whatever we want to do. And those are close to 5-star prospects, like you said, that are basically getting recruited over at this point in time. You have the Jonah Williamses that are coming in. You have different DBs that are coming in and kind of overtaking their spot. You have that competition in that room. I think that's certainly a good thing, but I do wonder about some of those guys and maybe if they do land other places, if they end up having better careers. Sark said something interesting. I believe this was either at Media Days or during the THSCA availability this past weekend. And again, this is something we kind of touched on a little bit yesterday, but I want to expand a little bit more on it. He said that there is not a backup quarterback yet. So there's a QB2 battle brewing in fall camp. You have Matthew Caldwell, you have Trey Owens. You would assume those are the two guys competing for this spot. What is your view on what's actually happening here with the QB2 battle?
On paper, you would assume that those are the two guys. And Trey Owens has gotten a lot of praise, generally a lot from me. I really like him. I think he's someone that, came into Texas with probably the lowest expectations of any recruit in the Sarkeesian cycle, because you brought him in never expecting to really play him. Although he had, a bunch of Power 4 offers and could have gone to a lot of schools where he'd be in line to start right now. Wanted to play at Texas, and he's been rewarded with, a lot of trust as a scout team quarterback. And I think he's got a ton of respect and a ton of fans, on the offensive side. I kind of assumed that he would be the backup this year. you mentioned Caldwell, and we haven't really heard a ton on what he's looked like. Again, that's another guy that you added never expecting to play. The wild card is KJ Lacey, because we've heard a ton of great things about KJ Lacey since the second he stepped foot on campus. And, you know, I think he would have been one that, you know, that's the one in the spring game that you would have really liked to see. Because as we kind of talk about the quarterback timeline, and it seems like we go through it every day, March for the next 2, and then we'll see. Like KJ Lacey for a year or 2 is definitely in the mix there. And obviously you're worried about Diabell, because we do think that, you know, he is maybe not on the level of Arch Manning, but he's getting close to there as a high school prospect. And he's someone that won't, you know, may not wait around until his 3rd year, like Arch Manning does. He may want to play a little bit early. You're going to have to work with some of these guys' timelines. And I think, you know, even though it won't matter a ton unless Arch gets hurt in the season, this backup spot is highly coveted this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think if KJ Lacey's not the backup for Arch Manning in the first 2 years, like he's not, you know, he's probably not going to play at Texas. So whoever is the backup, unless it's Caldwell, is likely the next starter for Texas.
If this Arch timeline sticks true to where he plays 2 seasons as the starter at Texas, no matter what happens here in 25, I think this is trending towards a reality where they just transition straight from Arch to Diabell, and then Trey Owens, KJ Lacey, they end up having to find different homes. That's where I feel like we're trending with this.
Yeah, to be honest, I think Trey Owens could spend 5 years at Texas and never really be a consistent starter. He could be someone that, you know, maybe a Malik Murphy type situation falls into his hands where he gets to start a few games. And, you know, Malik Murphy had very high expectations for himself and big aspirations in college. And when things didn't go his way, you know, opted to go in the portal, and I'm not going to shame him for it. He's now, you know, starting on another team at Oregon State. But Trey Owens kind of strikes me as someone that, you know, would stay at the same school for 5 years just because he's already there and it's where he wanted to play.
Yeah, and then probably grad transfer to like Houston or something, and get him 1 year somewhere. Just because I feel like there is enough talent there with Trey Owens, especially physically. Like he has a lot of physical talent that it's worth seeing what that looks like. You know, fully put together, fully developed, and you know if he's in a Sark offense for 4 or 5 years and then transfer somewhere for 1 year of starting experience, who knows? Maybe he could find himself in a late round situation.
Yeah, Phil Longo's still at Sam Houston State. I mean, I think that's going to be the offensive team in Group of 5. And it's not a shame on Trey Owens at all. Like, I really do think that's a good program, and it's somewhere where quarterbacks can actually get developed in the future. I really like Longo. So.
We have some questions here, and please feel free to throw some questions here in the chat. We are trying to string it together today. Jordan does a good job of rambling. I feel like he's the best rambler on TSU Unfiltered, but we are not ramblers like Jordan. So please, any questions you guys have, please feel free to throw them in. We'll start with DJ Dog had one at 8:12 a.m. I can't click and present them, but you can, I think, Will. He said Jordan Scruggs relayed the story of Jaden Blue organizing player-led workouts during COVID year, and now he is being called lazy. So the context to this one was there was a story that was released. Gosh, what is today? Today's Tuesday. I think this was released on Friday or Saturday, detailing that there was a former coach of the Cowboys who did a podcast, and a former position coach for the Cowboys did a podcast, and he said that he had talked to some coaches on the staff, and they had said that they feel like Jaden Blue is lazy and that he's not a professional, this, that, and the third. I'll first give my take on that. I think, is there some truth to those accusations, and as far as coming from the coaching staff? I believe so. I think there is some truth to that. However, I don't think it was never put into a context to me to where it was Jaden Blue is lazy. I don't think Jaden Blue is lazy. I think Jaden Blue just needs more time to pick up things, and he might not have as much. It requires more intention. It requires more effort to be able to put in to learn some of these systems in the NFL, especially as a rookie. And I think he's trying to get by with what he did do in college. Now, qualify that as lazy, I think you could, but I don't necessarily view that as a lazy thing, because I know Jaden Blue. I've known Jaden Blue since he was at Klein Kane. I don't take him as a lazy guy. I think there are a lot of things you can call Jaden Blue. I I think you can call him problematic at times, but I don't think lazy is one of those things. And so that was the big thing that got blown up over the weekend in Cowboy world, and I think it kind of made its way back into Texas message boards as well, as I was kind of scrounging Horns 247 and seeing that had made it over there. But I think overall, when you talk to people about Jaden Blue, and this goes back to his high school days, it's when he's there and when he's present and he's giving his full 100% effort and intention, he's a game changer. And we saw what he did in the Clemson game last year, and single-handedly helped them win that game and stay in front as long as they did. Wherever Clemson was making that big push, you could also give credit to Trey Wisner in that game. But overall, whenever you don't see him give that full intention, full effort, you see some performances like the Washington playoff game a couple of years ago. And I think overall with the Cowboys and what they look at in Jaden Blue, they love the talent, they love the player. Now that they have the person in the building, they're trying to figure out how to get him up to speed as quick as possible, when it might take him a little bit longer than it will some other guys. And Brian Schottenheimer had said at the end of OTAs that both rookie running backs have some work to do, and that plays into Phil Maffa from Clemson as well. He was a 6th-round pick. Both of those guys had work to do coming into training camp, but we'll figure out how much room that they did make up here in these last few weeks. And we could possibly, see if they got up to speed. But I think there's going to be definitely a lot of conversation had about Jaden Blue here in these first couple of weeks, because he's squarely in the mix there for that RB1 battle.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit it on the head there. Just kind of the evaluation in between the years has been there for Jaden Blue since he's been in high school. Great player, super focused when the time comes, but often, maybe not terribly interested in winning games and playing football even. There was a running joke last year as he was having all the fumbles, and that dates back to, the Sugar Bowl in 23. And you could tell like he wasn't making improvements. He kept fumbling it. He, seemed kind of lost on some runs. It would seem performative by almost any other player, but when Jaden Blue showed up to a press conference with a ball and said, "I'm holding this ball the entire week," that was the first time where I said, "Hey, I think he's really kind of locked in." Like I said, I think it would be kind of performative by most people, but it's not something you expect to see from Jaden Blue. For him to kind of own up, to his mistakes, and that's a really great sign. It was a great sign for him going into his NFL career. So hope he's able to kind of bounce back from any negative press heading into his rookie year. Honestly, not someone that I see as a true 3-down NFL back. But you never know, Nick.
Yeah. I think Tashard choice is one of the best things that ever happened to Jaden Blue. Had he been anywhere else, I feel like in his college career, his college career probably would have ended up a lot different. When I think of Jaden Blue, whenever he was arriving at Texas, I was like, man, if he doesn't start immediately, he's going to transfer. Just because that's what I had kind of been, led to believe about Jaden Blue's recruitment, about Jaden Blue's, mentality. But he ended up sticking with it, and I think that's a credit to Choice. Choice did a lot of work with those guys. I think Jaden Blue is some of his best work.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Let's see. Question here from DJ Dog at 824. If injury during a game happens, then the transfer guy steps in, talking about Matthew Caldwell. With a full week to prepare, Owens is the guy, question mark. That does make sense. I think you would have probably a better perspective, though, Will.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like it could be the opposite. I think Trey Owens he has more experience with this offense, and he's probably the pick and pop guy. I'm very interested to see if Texas has any other sets with another quarterback, because you saw how well it worked with Art this past year. Yeah. And obviously he possesses a trait, running with so much power that not most quarterbacks have, where it won't be as easy. But if you want to, I'm not really sure. I couldn't tell you what Matthew Caldwell's strengths are and what he can do well. Yeah. I've seen the tape, but it's not really enough to show me how that translates to SEC ball. I think, more likely Trey Owens is the guy if Arch were to go down in the first quarter and they need someone to start basically an entire, play basically an entire game. But the whole reason we're talking about this is because Sark says he doesn't know who the backup quarterback is. So that's just kind of my guess at this point, but I really don't think we'll know until a couple days until they're heading out to Columbus.
Yeah, most likely, and that's gonna be a fun one to follow. Any other position battles you're tracking in fall camp?
Receiver is kind of the one that we've circled and then just kind of waited for. We're looking to see which freshman receiver is going to emerge. The returners that are involved are Wingo and DeAndre Moore and Parker Livingstone. Livingstone has probably had the best PR out of anyone on the team. At least he did in spring. Talking about, the physical improvements that he's made and kind of how, he was not Parker Livingstone starting in his second year was never in the cards at Texas.
That blows my mind.
It's not something that anyone ever thought of. He was a budget take. I mean, that's all there is to it. Like they had a great evaluation on him. They loved him from the start, but not someone they ever thought about starting in year two.
Yeah.
And you look at him, you understand why. I mean, he's in phenomenal shape. He's got the height. Like that was always the thing. Like if he can fill his body out, man, he's going to look damn good. And he looks damn good now. So he will probably be, seeing a ton of reps. He may be starting. But we're also waiting to see, does Jamie French, does Khalil Lockett, or does Dale McCutcheon, which one of those guys is the guy? And do they all look better than, one of Wingo, Moore, or Livingstone? I really do think that DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo should be the two guys, out wide. I think you have them set. I think there's probably been too much movement. The talent's just there with them. Like you saw how hot DeAndre Moore can get in a couple games. You saw him at Vandy. Like when he wants to go out and make some catches, he's going to go do it. I think that's someone you want to keep in a starting role.
Yeah, and with Livingstone, he was always a baller at Lovejoy, so it doesn't necessarily surprise me that he is dominating in these practice environments. But I'm with you. I think if you had told me he could be in line for a start in year two, then that blows my mind. That blows my mind for sure. But again, he was talented at Lovejoy. He put up some crazy numbers at Lovejoy. Granted, it's an offense that really benefits those guys. I think back to Kyle Parker's year before he went to LSU, and it was big time. But overall, that does surprise me as far as Parker Livingstone being in a position to potentially start. But those freshmen, that's the thing I'm looking forward to the most. These freshmen, Jamie French, Khalil Lockett, Dalen McCutcheon, which ones kind of emerge and find some sort of a feature role going into the year. And overall, I think this is kind of an overall conversation about the offense. I like the offense. I do. I want to preface with that, but I do think they're a little too young. Like I see all the number one hype for Texas going into the year, and I see that, and I honestly think they have the talent to beat Ohio State and Columbus week one. I don't know if they have the talent to run the table. Now, if you told me 2026, let these guys marinate for this season and live and learn and go 10-2 and maybe sneak into the playoffs, and then 2026, I would really like the outcome of what 2026 could look like. But as far as 25 goes, I think you're asking a lot of young guys, especially on the offensive side of the ball, to step into feature roles, and you're expecting them to have the same production as some of the guys you had last year.
Yeah. It's kind of exactly what we were saying. So
we'll transition into some NFL talk. Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M defensive lineman, which I feel like is going to be quite a consistent topic at least on this show until he figures out what the hell he's doing. He remains without a deal. Bengals training camp starts this week. He is not present, and it does not look like this standoff is going to get figured out anytime soon. Granted, the Bengals did get their second-round pick finally signed this past weekend after the second-round pick standoffs across the league. And now Shamar Stewart is probably the top order of business after Trey Hendrickson. It sounds like they're trying to get a Hendrickson deal done first, but Stewart, man, I could have told you this. I feel like I could have told anybody this whenever he was going through the draft process. He's going to make somebody's life hell. But I will say the Bengals have not been helping themselves in this case either.
I mean, having the whole Hendrickson thing going on as you're taking, a pass rusher was never a good idea. Like this, it's been mismanaged from the start with them. I just can't imagine not having anything set in stone with Trey Hendrickson before you drafted Shamar Stewart. Like it really does not make sense to me. And to be terribly honest, I don't think Shamar Stewart is worth all this pain that you're going through. And if you were able to get something out of him, I think you would do it in a heartbeat. But that's not how it's going to happen. He's untradeable at this point. And you really don't want to lose first round pick. You're going to go as deep into negotiations as you can. But, when we're talking about the contract language and this is the holdup, I'm really interested to hear what that means. Is it incentives? Is it, it's definitely not base salary, because I think they're kind of set on that. There's something in here that Shamar Stewart and his representation really want.
It's an injury clause that the Bengals have put into the contract. It's very minor language, but it basically says that he could potentially have to waive his guaranteed money if he gets injured. So,
and is that standard?
That is not standard. It is not a standard thing. So it was definitely snuck in there by the Bengals. The Bengals believe it to be a fair deal, but it is not being perceived as fair on the representation side of things at all.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't think Shamar Stewart is the guy to die on a hill for.
I agree.
Never
4.5 sacks, man. You see 4.5 sacks, and you just got to pick it in the first round every time. That one was one for me where I did not understand the draft type there. Like, I understand his athletic scores at the combine, and he is a freak athlete. Do not get me wrong, but there's a level of having to translate it to the field that I think you have to prove to be in that echelon.
There was I thought some bad picks late in the first round, but there's always going to be like that. You're just taking flyers on guy. I don't think there was anyone in the top 20 that I was more down on than Shamar Stewart. He's not, even out of high school, someone that you really thought was going to be maybe he's up there, but he's going to have to take a ton of production to beat all of the negatives against him. And he never did that. Like, he was never even the best player on A&M's defense. Like, you look at the scouting, like, he comes in 1 year, looks significantly better than Shamar Stewart and anyone else they have. So we'll see how it ends up with Shamar Stewart. But if I'm Cincy, this is not one that, like I said, I'm going to be crying over if something really goes the wayward here.
It's more of the sense of like, damn, we just wasted a first round pick.
Right.
That would be, I feel like you're wasting the first round pick anyway, whether you sign him or not. That's just how I feel about Shamar Stewart. But Jake Bayless saying they should give the stack to Hendrickson, though. He's the only good thing about that defense last year. I think that contract is coming this week for Trey Hendrickson. That's at least what the buzz is. We'll see what that ends up being, so they can get him back at training camp. But hearing some comments from the Bengals owner yesterday, and then some things from his representation, sounds like they're trying to ramp up and get a deal done here in the next few days, which perfect transition. DJ Dog saying, watch the Bengals sign Hendrickson and Stewart before the Cowboys sign Micah. One of the big topics yesterday at the Cowboys opening press conference here in Oxnard was Micah Parsons. If 30 questions were asked in that press conference, 20 of them were Micah related, and why a deal is not done. And I don't think Jerry Jones had one good answer as to why this deal is not done. And it's pretty standard now that we're starting to see what these contracts do, and they start to really extend out. And raising my hand, I was the fool this time. I expected a deal to be done by now, and I am the one with egg on my face now because they are sticking to what their typical timeline is, talking about the Cowboys, and they just love to extend these things out. When I look back at the beginning of the offseason, Jerry Jones had said, we want to see leadership from him before we give him this contract. And so it's like, okay, then he needs to show up to OTAs. He needs to show up to minicamp. He needs to be active. He needs to be helping these young guys come along. He needs to have plans at training camp to be able to, show some leadership. So I was thinking in the back of my head, like, okay, he'll show up to OTAs for the first time in 3 years. He'll participate. He'll show up to minicamp and really lead some of the other defensive ends in that room. And then they get a contract done before training camp starts. And then we head into training camp and we're able to talk about football. No, hell no. Instead, it's right back to where we were yesterday. Doesn't sound like there's any movement on a deal, talking to both sides of the equation. They have had conversations, but it has been nothing really too extensive. Micah Parsons, he insists that he's been the one waiting to sign a contract since January. But it's been the Cowboys that have, quote, overcomplicated things and made this a little bit more harder than it needs to be. I think there is a lot of truth to that. I think there also might be a little bit of truth to David Mulugeta, who is Parsons' agent, maybe not being as urgent as some might think that his side might be. TJ Watt's deal just got done. I think they wait on Trey Hendrickson, and then I think that urgency really starts to increase. But I think there's a little bit of truth to that side of things, but I also believe that if Jerry Jones wanted to get this deal done, this deal would be done.
Yeah,
and,
you know much more about this than I do, and I do know how David Mulugeta runs. Back when all the Deshaun stuff was going on, before all the allegations came on, I think people kind of forget that Deshaun Watson actually held out from the Texans before all that happened. And that was when David Mulugeta was the most hated man in Houston. And they had I don't know if you remember this, Nick. They had a free Deshaun Watson walkout. This was before it was terribly timed. It was during COVID.
I don't remember. That is horribly timed.
He had a chicken spot, some business that he had just opened up, and David Mulugeta planned a walkout. And I'm gonna have to. We'll talk about something else, and while we're doing that, I'll look it up because it was a full parade.
Okay, look it up.
A good amount of people.
Look it up. I'll hit on some other topics here, and I want to circle back on that for sure because that sounds like some Houston shit all the way through.
It is the most Houston shit ever.
Question here from CB: how's Overshown coming along? Coming along good. I would say he's on track in his recovery. I would not say that he is ahead of schedule. I think he said in minicamp that he was ahead of schedule. I've been talking to some people on the training staff side of things. He's on schedule, which is not a bad place to be. I think a realistic expectation is to see him back around mid-season. I would look for early November is when we should really start checking in on Overshown to see how far he is away from making his debut. It is a big, big goal of his to play in that Thanksgiving game against the Chiefs. He really, really wants to play in that game. I think the goal is to get him back before then so that he's 100% ready for that game. He's not on a snap count or anything of the sort. And then they can push into December and have him available. But I think with this training staff and certainly the injuries that they've had in the past, they are trying to be as intentional as possible about not rushing these guys back too soon. That is certainly an intention on the training staff's part going into this year with not only Overshown, but Trayvon Diggs and Savone Revel. It's definitely something that they are trying to be intentional about and not rush him back. But DJ Dog saying deadlines make deals. That is certainly what this franchise does do. I think, again, I still feel like a deal gets done. I mean, there's no reason why a deal would not get done. It's just a matter of when. And the when is going to be the most annoying part because as the longer they wait, the little bit more every day that contract is going to end up being. I mean, you look at TJ Watt's deal, $41 million per year. Trey Hendrickson, I'm sure, will get something in the ballpark. And that's only going to increase, it's a little domino, but it's a domino. And these little dominoes have really stacked up. And Micah Parsons is going to be well over that $40 million threshold now. Whereas I feel like if they had gotten this done in January, they maybe could have got it done for 37, 38. So I think there's a lot of PTSD on the side of the Cowboys right now in signing guys early and then seeing them get injured. You talk about Trayvon Diggs. You talk about Dak Prescott. You talk about Terrence Steele. These are 3 extensions that they've gotten done over the course of the last 3 years, and then almost immediately those guys have had injury problems, except for the Terrence Steele part. They got the deal done after his injury, so I'm not going to give them credit for that one. But Trayvon Diggs and Dak Prescott, certainly those guys, as soon as they got those deals done, big injuries happen, and I think they're kind of gun shy on getting these contracts done. When there's still years available on the current contract, just because that allows more time for injury. But look, man, that's part of the NFL. Like, these guys are going to get hurt. That's part of the risk you take. That's part of the confidence that you have in your training staff. There's a lot of things that play into that. They're not the only team that has to make that decision. There's 31 other teams that make the same decisions. The Detroit Lions, hell, they sign all their guys 2 years early, it feels like, and they get their deals done well in advance. So It's something that every team that I feel like has to juggle, but the Cowboys seem like they have a lot more hesitance in juggling those things than other teams for sure.
Yeah, I agree, and I thought that comment about we're getting deals done too early or whatever Jerry said about some of the past signings, maybe we would have regretted these.
Yeah,
I thought that was really funny. All right, I have this up. Wag's gonna have to let me know if we can't play some of this. This is from the local NBC channel in Houston 4 years ago. Fans march in support of Texas quarterback Deshaun Watson.
Hold on, is this before or after the massage cases?
This is before. This is weeks before. The timing is just perfect. Okay, here we go.
Hey, Randy, yeah, like so many things, this all started on social media. Fans started seeing those national reports that Deshaun Watson
she's got a forehead, huh?
Be traded. Mm-hmm. He doesn't feel respected by Texans owner Cal McNair, and so they decided it was time to rally. And they even created their own hashtag, as you can see. We'll show you this young man's shirt. It's I Stand With Four. They met at Lefty's on Kirby, which is Watson's new restaurant, about 10:45 a.m. Then they walked to NRG. Now, there were police officers waiting, but the police made it clear to me. They said if the fans stay peaceful and they stay on the sidewalk, they are allowed to rally. There were chants encouraging Cal McNair to sell the team, to fire controversial chaplain turned front office member Jack Easterby, but it was mostly support for Deshaun Watson.
It's about making sure that we find a path that can repair the relationship and get Deshaun back in the building and back on board so we can create the culture and leadership that he's looking for, that he mentioned at the end of his presser. I can tell you that the city will leave. It'll be as if Robert McNair never brought the Texans back.
It hurts because he loves this city. He wants to be here, and ownership is just not doing that.
So the rally lasted about an hour. They did end up shutting it down because of Deshaun Watson's tweet that you're seeing here. He asked him to shut it down, citing, of course, COVID concerns. Now, Randy, this is so crazy because the Texans didn't even make the playoffs, and the networks and all of us are talking so much about this specific drama. I think you and I stand in similar issues where they need to make sure that they hire a coach that Deshaun Watson at least likes, whether that's Eric Bieniemy or Matt Eberflus. That's going to be key to some of this drama dying down. At NRG, Vanessa Richardson, KPRC Channel 2.
Well, I'll break it down for you. First of all, they did not hire Jack Easterby or Matt Eberflus. They hired David Collier, who was maybe the worst hire in modern NFL coaching. He was like the inside receivers coach for the Ravens, and he was about 65, and he lasted a single season. And then, 2 months after, it might have been less, because I feel like that was kind of in February of 21 when all of the Deshaun stuff started coming out. But I'll never forget that Deshaun tweet. And I was on his side at the time because there's been a comment about Jack Easterby, but the whole Jack Easterby saga with the Texans was just ridiculous. If you've never heard about it, Jack Easterby was the team chaplain for the Texans and basically found his way as the de facto GM for a year and a half in Houston, kind of in the midst of Bill O'Brien being fired. And he just kind of took over the entire team ahead of the McNairs, ahead of any other management, and did not like Deshaun Watson, was clear about that. It was a great evaluation, but, not for the right reasons. But I'll never forget Deshaun and David Mogileta basically planning this and then telling everyone to go home.
Yeah, that is, I do not remember. Either I don't remember that or I did not see it at the time. But overall, that is crazy, especially given the timing. That is that's a good pull.
Can you imagine having an "I Stand With Four" shirt and at that being on the local news with the "I Stand With Four" shirt, and then a month later they're like, "Hey, let's take a look back at this protest when this guy, look who he defended."
Even looking back at it now, it's be like, we need to sign Deshaun Watson, the best quarterback in franchise history, and we need to hire Matt Eberflus. I mean, geez, man, that aged awfully. Looking at some headlines before we get out of here. Got about 10 minutes. If you guys have any questions on anything, throw it at us. Looking at some headlines yesterday coming out of the Cowboys opening press conference here in Oxnard. We can start with the Trayvon Diggs stuff because I think this is starting to really boil to a head with Trayvon Diggs. Context here. Whenever he signed his 9-figure extension back in August of 2023, there was a clause put in his contract, which is also a clause that was put into Dak Prescott's contract, Osa Odighizuwa's contract, CeeDee Lamb's contract, that he has to be present for at least 84% of off-season activities. And most of these off-season activities are voluntary, and so most of these guys do not have to come in until mandatory minicamp, which is typically early June. But the clauses in these contracts basically allow the Cowboys to require these guys' presence throughout the offseason. Trayvon Diggs has that clause in his contract. He was not there for 84% of the offseason this past year. Instead of rehabbing his knee after having his bone chondral surgery over the offseason, instead of rehabbing it with the training staff, he decided to rehab it with his own doctors, his own specialists in South Florida. And as a result, he was docked $500,000 of his salary going into this year. Long story short, he's pissed, even though it was laid out in his contract. And it sounds like there definitely has been some communication behind the scenes, because both sides seem to have some animosity towards each other going into the year. Here's what Jerry Jones had to say yesterday. He said, "We expect a player paid like Trayvon to be here all the time. We expect him to be leading. That's not new. You've got to have some leadership about you." Stephen Jones, when he decided to train in South Florida, he knew what the consequences would be. I think the writing is on the wall here for a Trayvon Diggs Cowboys split next offseason. Unless he comes out this year and has a career year, I think that is certainly what we are heading to. Honestly, too, and somebody gave me this idea yesterday, which I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. It would not surprise me if Trayvon Diggs, once he becomes healthy, maybe even demands a trade. Like that. That's where I feel like we are at with this Cowboys Trayvon Diggs relationship. It has really gotten bad over the course of these last few months. I think that's where we're at with Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, Cowboys player, the Cowboys being upset about a player's accessibility and visibility reminds me of Vernon Littlefield about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Like when he got injured and ducked the team, it's almost just the storyline of the TV show where it's just yet another only Cowboy situation.
Yeah, only. And it's funny that it happened right after they signed that extension for him. I mean, it was immediate. He played 2 games, and those 2 games he looked great, and they will hold on to those 2 games forever, I feel like. Some other headlines. Stephen Jones suggested that the team has started extension talks with Tyler Smith, offensive lineman. He's got 2 years left on his rookie contract, but he did not necessarily confirm it. They did say that they are going to be talking to multiple players, not just Micah Parsons, while they are here at camp about extensions. So that could loop in Tyler Smith, that could loop in Deron Bland, Jake Ferguson, Brandon Aubrey. There's a lot of names there that are due for extensions and are going into the final years of their deals. There are multiple players that fit that mold. They mentioned that they want more from their last 2 first-round picks, Tyler Guyton at left tackle, defensive tackle Mozzie Smith from 2023. Both of those guys certainly do need to step up. Running back battle, that's going to be one that we're going to be keeping a close eye on here in Oxnard. It's probably going to be determined, obviously, when the pads come on. That's a physical position for obvious reasons, and they want to see the pads come on before they really start to decipher separation in that battle. And then after Kevontae Turpin was arrested a couple weeks back for marijuana possession and unlawfully carrying a weapon, Brian Schottenheimer said he had spoken to him, gave him a call, and communicated that his charges are unacceptable behavior. So it was those were the main things I took away from the presser. There was a lot of Michael Parsons talk, so it was about an hour, and I would say about 35 to 40 minutes of that was Michael Parsons talk. So once that contract gets done, we can finally start talking about some real football things, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. We're kind of in the same realm. I mean, it's just the time of year it is. I think me and Jordan only have maybe a couple more weeks of this, but you've got at least another full month of just contract talks. Yeah.
So practice does start today, which I am looking forward to. It's the first time we'll be able to see George Pickens on the field here in Oxnard. CeeDee Lamb makes his return to Oxnard for the first time in 2 years. That's going to be fun to see. The pads come on next week, so today is basically going to be, in all intents and purposes, an OTA type of practice, but definitely looking forward to seeing what happens with everything associated with Cowboys practices starting this week. Anything else to add here, Will, before we wrap up and get out of here?
I don't have anything else, but I have something to wrap up with.
Let's do it.
Mentioned the Chris Paul move yesterday.
Yeah.
But I know you're big hoops guy, much bigger than Jordan at least. So, kind of looking at all the moves that have been made in the West, who are your top 7 in the West right now?
Top 7 in the West, man. This is so the Warriors are number 1, obviously, because of my guy Jimmy Butler. Let me see here. Let me look through here and be legitimate. Okay, top 7 in the West. I'm still gonna go with OKC, and I don't see that. I don't see why people are not believing in OKC to be a complete dynasty. I think they have that type of potential. I mean, it is a young team, and they are damn good. They're keeping that core together until they can get knocked off. I don't see anyone being ranked above them. I would go OKC 2. I would probably go Houston, man. I like what Houston has built this offseason, and not only bringing in KD, but bringing in some other support. I think there's a lot to love about, and getting rid of Dylan Brooks is always a positive thing, at least in my eyes. Let's see, 2, I'll go Houston. 3, I'll go Denver. 4, Minnesota. 5, Golden State. 6, Lakers. I really like the Marcus Smart addition for the Lakers. I will say that. I think that was a hell of a move. 7, I will go with Memphis. Oof. Or 7, I'll go Dallas, and then 8, I'll go Memphis. I still believe in Memphis.
San Antonio with Wemby, Dylan Harper, the whole castle, the whole crew they've got there. You don't think they're even top 8?
I do. Like, I think they have the talent on paper. They just haven't put it together. And I don't know what the problem. I think it's a coaching issue that they have in San Antonio. But they're not going to move on from the guy they just hired to replace Pop. And it's coming from the Pop tree. Until I see Wemby win, I can't bet on Wemby to win. That's the only thing there. I want to see it, though. I'm a huge Wemby guy. I love the Spurs. But, man, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll kind of go through mine. I've got OKC, Denver. DJ Dog will almost have the exact same one. OKC, Denver, Houston. People are really high on the Clippers, and I understand why, but man, this is truly the unction. Like,
yeah, I don't believe
every single guy on the team is over the age of 30. Like, even their like 8th man is Derek Jones, who's been in the league for a dozen years now. Yeah. Like they're deep all around. They're truly 10 deep, but I'm not sure it's 10 guys that can last an 82-game season. For that reason, and knowing that Kawhi had a great year and really looked like himself, but I'm not super confident that he can do it 2 years in a row. Yeah. So I'm going to put Minnesota in that 4 spot, and then Dallas in the 5, and then I think probably San Antonio at 6, and the Warriors maybe not being a play-in team, but I really do think they are. I think they end up being a play-in team. I don't like this Golden State roster.
We don't like you, Will.
I think with or without Kuminga, they don't really move the needle.
Yeah.
I honestly think getting rid of Pods and getting a big is their best option at this point. Pods is not a guy that's going to take you into the next era, and I think that's kind of what they're thinking at this point. Like, he can be the next kind of flag bearer for Golden State, but he's never an all-star level player.
I love me some AirPods, but I agree with you. They need a big so bad, and they've had such an awful offseason. They haven't done anything. They got to get a big in whatever way that comes. If that's trading Pods, that's trading Pods, and I'll live with that. We got Pat Spencer coming off the bench. We don't need AirPods. It's gonna be perfect.
The greatest two-sport athlete of our lifetime.
Literally, I mean, won the Heisman or lacrosse Heisman, and then now is a legitimate bench piece for one of the best teams in the NBA. I mean, come on, that's
playing 1 year of college ball. Like he went one and done.
That is every white dude's dream. It's every white dude's dream. It is perfect. Will, I appreciate it, man. It was another good hour conversation. It flew by. Appreciate everyone for checking in. That's Manchester Red, DJ Dog, Jake Bayless, Jack Burton, Rob Tindre, Patrick. I appreciate you all you guys. Rodney Smith. Up next on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, SEC Unfiltered debuts the SEC preseason poll and starts to preview week 1 of the college football season. We are approaching very fast on college football season, man. It is crazy. We are just about a month out. I am excited for August 30th in Columbus, Ohio. It is going to be a blast. We're going to have a great day watching college football that day. But until then, we will see you tomorrow. Will, you're back tomorrow, right?
Yes, and I think you will be too. So we'll see you then.
See you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you guys checking in. Thanks, guys.